With YouTube Music Premium, listen to your favorite songs ad-free. Download music and podcasts to listen offline.
In Manila's streets they roamed alone, till the mentor's voice gave them a home. From the islands to the globe they flare, wings of care spread everywhere. From night shifts under neon glow to dawns where new potentials grow, with stethoscopes and dreams they soar, bringing healing to distant shores. Nurses rising, lighting flames, heroes carrying countless names. From the Philippines they find their stride, touching hearts and saving lives. Mornings they recall a guiding hand that moved them all through exams and doubts that pierced their mind. They found purpose, one of a kind. Touching hearts and saving lives.
Welcome to the Ray A. Gapu's Review System, your gateway to success. Conveniently located in the heart of the city, we are just a stone's throw away from everything you need. Fast food for a quick bite, a nearby church for moments of reflection, and excellent transportation links to ensure your journey is as easy as possible.
Oh, hello there! Are you ready to elevate your career? My name is Vince Stylo, a registered nurse and a product of the Ray A. Gapu's Review System.
Here, I experienced top-tier review and testmanship training in a comfortable, convenient location. Imagine I learned how to use functional concepts to answer questions in the test with confidence. The Ray A. Gapu's Review System instructional method is superb. Whether you're looking for face-to-face or online review courses, they've got the right program for you. The expert instructors and flexible schedules ensure you get the training you need when you need it.
Don't wait. Join us today and unlock your future.
I started just like you.
After completing my review programs here, I gained the skills and confidence I needed to step into a professional role. Now, I'm here to help you achieve the same success.
Here at the Ray A. Gapu's Review System, it's not just about learning, and it's about growth. And I am proud to be part of this journey.
Practice makes perfect. One of the key advantages of our program is the hands-on experience that we offer. Our state-of-the-art simulation rooms lets you practice real-world scenarios in a safe environment. With advanced learning tools, you can build your skills, make mistakes, and learn from them, all before stepping into the workplace. This is how we prepare you for your success.
Here at the Ray A. Gapos Review System, we pride ourselves on providing the best resources available. From books, learning management system, and apps, we have it all for your use. Our curated collection of textbooks and study guides are carefully created to support your learning. We invest in top-notch materials to ensure you get the most comprehensive and up-to-date information. This is how we stay ahead and help you stay ahead.
Enroll today and build the career you've always dreamed of. We're here to help you succeed.
Join us at the Ray A. Gapos Review System and take the first step towards a brighter future. Your success starts here.
The legacy of love and learning, the story of Mother Gapuz. In a quiet town in the Philippines, a resilient woman with a heart full of dreams and courage began a journey that would change countless lives across the globe. Mrs. Evangeline Gapuz, lovingly known as Mother Gapuz, was no stranger to hardship. Left a widow with her only son, Ray, she could have chosen to live a quiet life of mourning, but instead, she chose purpose. Fueled by her unwavering belief in the power of education and the strength of her faith, she co-founded the Ray A. Gapuz Review Center Riggers in 1994 with nothing but hope, humility, and 3 students in a small classroom. What started as a modest review center soon began to take root. Mother Gapuz poured her love into every detail, from welcoming students like her own children to personally preparing snacks and praying over each learner's journey. Her warmth and dedication laid the foundation for a legacy built not on numbers, but on nurturing dreams. At the heart of it all was her son, Dr. Ray A. Gapuz, whom she raised to value education, service, and integrity. Dr. Ray would go on to become a board top-notcher, a nurse entrepreneur, and a multi-awarded academic leader. But more than his accolades, what made Ray special was how he carried his mother's light and amplified it. Together, they built not just a review center, but a beacon of hope for nurses chasing global dreams. From 3 students to a global family of nurses in more than 35 countries, the Ray A. Gapuz Review System is now an international branded testament to how one woman's love can spark a movement. Today, every Rager's classroom carries the quiet strength of Mother Gapuz, and every success story echoes the values she lived by: faith, family, and fortitude. Though her partner in life, Ricardi Aspires Gapuz, has passed, his name lives on in every graduate who proudly says, "I'm a Ray Gapuz baby." And at the heart of it all is a mother, a widow, a warrior. Mrs. Evangeline Gapuz, the matriarch of dreams and the heart of a legacy that continues to inspire generations.
Asia Corporate Excellence and Sustainability Awards 2025. In the dynamic landscape of Asian business, one stage continues to shine as the pinnacle of recognition for leadership, innovation, and purpose-driven excellence. The Asia Corporate Excellence and Sustainability Awards 2025. Widely regarded as one of Asia's most prestigious and influential award-giving bodies. This annual celebration brings together the region's most visionary organizations, honoring those that set the bar in corporate performance, sustainability, and leadership impact. This year, the Philippines proudly stood tall among Asia's finest. Ayala Corporation, SM Malls, BDO, Globe Telecom, and San Miguel, some of the country's most respected institutions, were honored for their unwavering commitment to nation building, customer service, digital transformation, and sustainable business practices. Their recognition affirms the Philippines' growing presence as a hub of excellence within the Asian business community. Amid these corporate giants, one award was particularly groundbreaking.
They are individuals who outlive industries, empower communities, and redefine what purposeful leadership looks like across Asia. Their work inspires progress, strengthens institutions, and shapes the region's future with clarity, courage, and conviction. In this segment, we also recognize visionaries who are advancing innovation, elevating national capabilities, with driving positive change at scale. Their leadership reflects resilience, strategic foresight, and the unwavering commitment to excel. Tonight, we celebrate individuals whose achievements exemplify what it means to lead with purpose, with impact, and with integrity. To present the awards, it is with great pleasure to invite our honorary chairman of the ACES Awards, Mr. Hemant Batra, and president of the ACES Awards, Dr. Shigari Balakrishnan. Let's give them another big round of hope you're enjoying the evening so far. That Shakira performance was outstanding indeed. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we begin the segment with the milestone moment as we introduce our brand new award category, the Emerging Leaders in Asia Award, which shines a spotlight on rising figures whose early leadership already reflects exceptional vision, discipline, and transformative potential. This year marks its inaugural presentation, and tonight, the very first recipient of this distinction is presented to Dr. Ricate Ray Cubas, President and CEO and Academic Director, International Center for Advanced Review and Training, Inc. Congratulations! Dr. Ray is reshaping professional exams preparation for a global learner base. His visionary leadership blends technology, pedagogy, and innovation to make him high-quality, concept-driven learning accessible across borders. Dr. Ricardo Regapus, President and CEO and Academic Director, International Center for Advanced Review and Training. Congratulations!
The recognition of Dr. Ray Agapuz as the Pioneer Awardee for Asia's Emerging Leaders. This distinction celebrates a visionary educator and entrepreneur whose work has reshaped the landscape of nursing, review, and advanced learning systems across the region. As the founder of the Ray Agapuz Review System, Dr. Gopuz has empowered generations of nurses across 36 countries, consistently delivering top natures, global passes, and an unmatched culture of academic excellence. His award is more than a personal milestone, it is a testament to the excellence, innovation, and global impact of the Ray Agapuz Review System, proving that world-class leadership can thrive in education just as powerfully as in the corporate arena. Tonight, we celebrate not only Asia's greatest companies, but also the leaders who inspire transformation, those who prove that excellence is not an act, but a legacy in the making.
Our speaker holds a higher education teaching certificate from the Derek Bach Center for Teaching and Learning at Harvard Graduate School of Education, where he also obtained a training certificate in online facilitation. He is a member of Harvard Business Review Advisory Council and opt-in research community of business professionals. He finished a program on artificial intelligence from the University of Oxford. He finished his Master of Education and Learning, Design, and Technology and Post-Baccalaureate Certificate in E-Learning Design at the Pennsylvania State University, where he finished both courses with a GPA of 4.00. He completed his training on the ecosystem approach to designing and implementing outcomes-based education from the ASEAN University Network in Thailand. He finished his Bachelor of Science in Nursing Cum Laude and Master of Arts in Nursing Summa Cum Laude at the University of Santo Tomas. He was a board top-notcher in the Philippine Nurse Licensure Examination, where he obtained a rating 89.20. He is a recipient of two doctorate degrees honoris causa from two state universities in the country, the Ramon Magsaysay Technological University and the Pangasinan State University. He co-authored a book on technology integration in teaching and learning entitled Collaborative Virtual Instructional Designs for Teaching and Learning Nursing. He is the author of NCLEX RN in a Flash published by Jones and Bartlett, USA, and Mosby's Essential Concepts for the Philippine Nurse Licensure Exam published by Mosby Elsevier. He is the proponent of the Functional Concepts Method, a teaching pedagogy for international licensure exams. He is the inventor of several game-based apps and a consultant of various international firms and educational institutions. He is a multi-awarded entrepreneur and author. Among his numerous awards are the Manny V. Pangilinan MVP Bossing Award for Education, the SMEIT Award for Innovation from the Philippine Internet Commerce Society, the AGRA Award for Entrepreneurship from the Philippine Marketing Association, the 10 Outstanding Filipino Entrepreneurs Entrepreneur 10 from Entrepreneur Magazine, and the Young Market Master for Entrepreneurship from Mansmith and Fielders. He is also the first Filipino nurse entrepreneur to be accepted as part of the Ernst & Young Entrepreneur of the Year Academy. In 2005, he was named one of Go Negocio's first 50 inspiring Filipino entrepreneurs, and in 2006, the Philippine Graphics magazine's Young Leaders of the Philippines. Also in 2006, he was co-listed with Bill Gates in the 25th edition of Marquis Who's Who in the World. Currently, he serves as a trustee of the Philippine Center for Entrepreneurship PCE, an advocacy group under the Office of the President. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Ray A. Gabus.
Good morning, colleagues and USRNs to be, especially those who are aspiring to become registered nurses in the United States. May I know where you are in the Philippines. So a pleasant morning po sa ating lahat. Ayan, maraming salamat. Hi, okay, from Quezon City. Yan. Okay, anyone else from Dasma? Okay, Isabela. Wow, Isabela. Ilocano. Naimbag nga bigat yung aming data. Oh, my friends from Iloela, have to meet you in person for another time because right now we were unable to book hotels and because of your festival. Okay, so we have converted everything to online, which is exactly the same as what you need, especially those who are taking the test anytime soon. Kindly type yes if you are taking the test anytime soon, and no if you are just planning. That's why you are here. Yung iba naman na wala lang magawa, okay, kaya nandito, lagay mo lang dyan medyo. Okay, so marami na tayong magtitake ng exam anytime soon. I just hope these things will help you out because the things that we're about to do are focused on mastering the concepts that you need to focus. So today, you will get free PDF files, okay, which contains my pointers and tips. And then, please don't spend your time taking screenshots or writing down because we will upload a video of this session in our YouTube channel. So if you want to go back, go over it, you will still be able to do that. And for those who want a copy of my slides, please make it known, okay, to our coordinators, and we're gonna definitely send you a copy. So this is for you, it's not for me, especially if you want to be USRNs, registered nurses in America. This is the way to go. I'm bringing my experience. Woo, thank you so much, sir. Yes, of course, this is for you. Let's give it our best so that you will be able to take it and pass the test in one take and then be able to help your family. Okay, that's my prayer. In my own little way, we're trying to help as many Filipinos as we can through assisting our colleagues to lead a better life by becoming an RN in the US. Because whether we like it or not, how much is the salary of nurses now in the US? Okay, I have a student who started with a starting salary of $30. After 3 years, he came to me, and let me place it here on our chat box. He came to me at the office to tell me he is now receiving 250 US dollars per hour. Ayan. See? $250 per hour. That's equivalent to our what? Almost half month salary. Okay? Kaya lang, the last time I went to the US, I think it was October of last year. I was there. You really can't have it all in this world. Well, he had the not so good ending when it came to the girlfriend he met in the review class, who's also a USRN, because the girlfriend wasn't able to follow him immediately then. So what happened? She found another love. So sad naman. Why? Kasi when the two of them fell in love in my class, I was hoping, and they're calling me their ninong. Okay? They were a perfect match. But as they say, you win some, you lose some. You can't have anything everything rather in this world. Okay? But you can have anything that you'll work hard for. Okay, so if given the same choice, what would you rather have? A successful career or love life? Okay, sige nga. A successful career or love life? Let me know. Cynthia says career. Kathleen says both. Successful sex life. Okay, so you came to the right place. We're gonna have all of this career. I'll be giving you also some career advice as we go on, so that you'll be able to know what are the things that you should look for as a red flag if you're applying to work in the US. And since I've been a test preparations coach since 1994, I have all sorts of success and horror stories from my students across 36 countries, specifically in the Asia Pacific and African region. So I'd like to share them with all of you guys. And let's begin. Are you ready? Tell me when you are ready. Are you ready? Yes, you're ready. Okay. So once again, let me tell you, today we will have free PDF handouts that contains my tips, okay? And then we will have a video upload, okay, of this session. And of course, those who would want to have a copy of my slides, please email us so that we can send you, okay? Now, let's maximize the time of our session by listening and of course discussing. So feel free to ask me questions, okay? Just make sure that when you ask questions, those are relevant to what you intend to achieve. Okay, let me ask you now, before we begin, who wants to be a nurse in the US? Okay, type yes, or me. Okay, so we have Cynthia, Tina. What is the email ad that we need to PM? Okay, you can send your private message here. So our staff will send you the official email. Okay, so you would want to go to the US. Okay, but take note, colleagues. The first thing that you have to remember is preparation is the key. Okay, why? Remember, our review program is one of those key preparations, but the most expensive is actually the application. Because application alone can range from 50 to 70K. Okay. And that is too much budget for our parents. Now, do you want to have a free application and free review? Okay. Type yes if you want. Okay. Those who want to avail of our scholarships, we have 500 slots per year, and we have increased that from previous 300 slots. Okay. All you have to do is to send your CV, even if you're just a student right now. If you want to avail of the scholarship funding, you're going to have a free application fee, free review, and even free visa processing eventually. Okay, so that's how we're trying to do our best to help out our fellow nurses so that in the future, when they are already in the US, they would be able to help their respective families. Okay, so let's begin our session. Of course, I'm your mentor for today, at your service, Mentor Ray. I'm a licensed nurse in the US, and I've been a test preparations coach for the NCLEX RN since 1994. Please note that if you're attending online sessions, make sure that the mentor is US licensed, because there are a lot of false prophets in doing their thing on social media, and sometimes they're doing more harm than good because they're giving their students false reassurance. Okay, so those are my licenses. What are we here to offer you with? We're here to offer 3 proven success strategies to pass next gen NCLEX on your first try. And we're gonna do this through our very unique method. Are you ready? So here we go. Okay. So let me share with you the world's oldest NCLEX passer, and she came from our system at 66 years old, just a couple of months shy of being 67. Miss Flor Pangilinan Villarreal passed the next generation NCLEX. Okay, and I'd like to share with you a feedback from Sir Joseph Pinga, okay, who was my student in the NLE, and eventually he's also a dentist. What I love about RAGRS is its conducive learning environment. They're really serious about making sure the students will get what they paid for. Phones are not allowed inside the lecture room and simulation room, keeping everyone focused. Lockers are provided for safekeeping. Very clean and fragrant comfort rooms and overflowing coffee. Excellent mentors, all NGN passers, and of course, Dr. Ray Gapus, the best in the business. He's been teaching NCLEX for decades and is not stopping helping aspiring USRNs reach their dream. His unique style of teaching makes learning fun, that it motivates you to attend classes. Overall, I highly recommend RAGRS. That's a Ray Gapus system. Thank you very much, Sir Joseph Pinga. And this is what he's talking about. This is where we conduct our NCLEX Quick Fix every month at the 4th floor of the Ray A. Gapus building in United Nations Avenue. This is our main hall where we do our large classes, especially for the NLE. Okay, and this is what we're proud of. This is what Joseph is saying. Okay, our very clean restrooms. Okay. Okay, so proud to have mentored Madame Flor Villarreal. Okay, so those of you who are dreaming to become USRNs, type I'm next. Those who will type I'm next will pass it on their first try and will have the easiest questions for them through the algorithm of the next generation NCLEX. Those who are too lazy to put I'm next will not be able to pass NGN on their first try, and a centipede will crawl over their face while they are sleeping. Okay, so come on, everybody, type I'm next, I'm next, I'm next, I'm next, I'm next. But don't wait until you're 66 years old to pass the test. What we wanted to achieve is for you to pass it the earlier in your career, at the earlier stage, because doing so, you would be able to help your family more. Okay? Okay. Now, are you ready for our success strategy number 1? Listen very well, because in between, we're going to have some short drills that you're supposed to spend time answering. You will need to answer them, and then I'm going to integrate my tips as we discuss the questions. But for our first success strategy, let me begin with a sample question. Okay. A nurse is caring for a patient diagnosed with torticollis. Which of the following is the priority intervention to prevent complications? Now, you have to be honest, especially those who are taking the test now. Do you even know that you are supposed to study torticollis? Tell me, yes or no? Yes or no? You see? And you already have booked your exam and you don't know that torticollis is trending in the test. Okay. Those of you who are still students, do you even know that you need to study torticollis? Have you ever studied it in depth? Okay. So if not, then you have to take a good program to help you out pass the test. Okay, given this question, since you don't know what torticollis is all about, definitely you'll not be able to answer the question. But what if I introduce you to a method that will help you pass the test? And we call that method the functional concepts method. Okay? What are functional concepts? These are ideas in chunks presented in a flowchart manner aimed at establishing connections between theoretical concepts and real-life practice reflected in test items. So it simply means these ideas could be a single word, a single phrase, a single sentence, or even a paragraph that would enable you to deconstruct and analyze questions as fast as you can so that you can answer questions with confidence and correctly. So here we go. Let's try. Are you ready? Okay. Let me prove to you how functional concepts work. So when you speak of torticollis, okay, this is a disorder that could be congenital in which, okay, in which there is a shortening of the neck muscles, okay, on one side of the neck, causing now the head to turn sidewards. Okay. Okay. Now, this can be corrected through proper positioning. Okay, while the baby is still young, or stretching exercises, or okay, or when the child is referred for treatment with a physical therapist. Okay, so therefore, the question is, in order to help correct the problem, because in torticollis, the head turned to one side like that, and the chin goes to the, gets repositioned opposite to where the shorter neck muscle is. So therefore, the question now is, where do you position the patient? And the functional concept, position the patient on the affected side. So which means if there's a shortening of the neck on the right side, okay, when you're trying to turn the baby from side to side while the baby is lying down on the bassinet or the crib, position the child on the affected side so that the shortened muscle can be stretched through the positioning. So once again, torticollis, position the patient on the affected side. Otherwise, a complication of torticollis would be your plagiocephaly. Okay? Question. Are you, I want you to be honest, familiar with plagiocephaly? Let me know. Okay, no. Okay. So plagiocephaly is your flathead syndrome. Okay. Now, it could be a complication of torticollis, and it could be corrected by frequent changing of position. Okay. That's the intervention, or the use of helmet. Okay. Now, okay, you see, we're talking about two things now that you don't know. Why? Don't ever think that the next generation NCLEX is similar to the local licensure we're having here in the Philippines. Of course not. In terms of coverage, they're miles apart, 360 degrees turn. So don't ever think that when you pass the NL, it's going to be easy to pass the NCLEX. Of course not. You have to be in the right program that would give you an opportunity to have a peep through the concepts that you need to study for the test. Okay, back to torticollis or wry neck. Here we go. Okay, so having that in mind, torticollis, think about positioning the patient. Let me remind you once again, on the affected side. That's our functional concept. Therefore, Let's go back to the question we had a while back. A nurse is caring for a patient diagnosed with torticollis. Which of the following is the priority intervention to prevent complications? Is it 1, encourage the patient to rest the neck by avoiding movement? 2, apply a soft cervical collar continuously to immobilize the neck? 3, initiate proper positioning and stretching exercises to the affected muscles? And 4, administer analgesics only when severe pain occurs. Your answer, colleagues. Excellent. And look, I'm still reading the question. Everyone is choosing the answer and they chose the correct one. Initiate proper positioning. That's the way to do it. Remember, 1 sentence, 1 question answered correctly and with confidence. Now, let's have a second question. And this time, let's see if your functional concept still works. A nurse is caring for a patient diagnosed with torticollis on the left side. Which position is appropriate for the patient? 1, supine. 2, left side lying. 3, right side lying. 4, on the abdomen. What did we say? Torticollis, position the client on the, give me an answer, affected side. So, right neck on the left side, position the client on the left side. Excellent. Okay, so that's 2 out of 2. And you just remembered 1 sentence that we termed functional concept. Functional concept is a registered trademark and is a proprietary strategy and method of the Ray-Gapo system. No one in the world, okay, can deliver functional concepts method except when they train under the Ray-Gapo system, okay? Because we're catering to nurses from 36 countries around the world. So here we go. That's 2 out of 2. Excellent so far. Let's have a third one. A nurse is caring for a patient diagnosed with torticollis on the left side. Where should the parents approach their baby? Now, this is already an application. So where should the parents approach the baby? Now, what did we say? Position the patient on the affected side. So apply it again. Okay, excellent. Approach the baby on the left side so that they will be turning their head towards the left. In that way, they're actually stretching the neck muscles on the affected side. So the correct answer is number 3. How is that? You got 3 out of 3. That's 100% correct answers, and you're able to answer it as quick as you can and with confidence. Now, tell me, is this a wow? Yes or no? It is, okay? Is this the first time that you're able to realize that there are strategies like this that makes it easy for you to pass the test, okay? Now, there are at least, let me tell you this, sorry, okay? There are at least, okay, 311 functional concepts that you need to master when you are decided to take your next generation NCLEX. And let's see what the successful test takers have been saying so far. Elma Bautao, napakalaking tulong po mga lectures natin, functional concepts panalo. What she's saying is that the lectures using functional concepts were really a great help. Hindi po ako nagkamali maging Gapos baby forever. So that's what she's saying. She's so glad that she stuck it out with the Ray Gapos system. Magagaling ang mga mentors natin. Our mentors are so good, but you're the best. Thank you. And that's coming from Elma Bauto. Ninya Pagobo also passed the NCLEX. Wala po talaga akong ibang ginamit na review materials. Yours truly lang, because I believe in the system. It worked on my brain cells. So, Nina says she did not use any other materials except the ones we gave her and we asked her to focus on. Okay. And then, she says, I trust the Ray Gapos system. Very organized, sir. Madali intindihin, lalo ang pagka-structure ng functional concepts. Okay? That's what she's saying. Very organized system and it's easy to understand. Okay? Here we go. Here's another strategy. Are learning so far? Are we ready to move on to the second strategy? Yes or no? Okay. Yes, you're learning so far. Strategy number 2. Pay particular attention. Okay, I told you there are 311 functional concepts that you need to master. Okay, here we go. Okay, yours truly, your mentor Ray, is the author of NCLEX RN in a Flash, published by Johnson Bartlett USA. I'm so glad I'm the first Filipino to have written a test preparations book for the world's #1 publisher. That's Mosby Elsevier plus Johnson Bart at USA. And this book was once tagged as customers' favorite in Barnes and Nobles. Okay. And this lady passed the NCLEX on her 10th try. She failed it 9 times. And this is what she says. Okay. I bought NCLEX RN in a flash at Amazon because it was all sold out at Borders and Barnes and Nobles. I religiously read the book and studied harder. Finally, I found a way in attacking the questions. The contents of the book are actually the items that usually are being tackled in the actual exam. Let me repeat that. The contents of the book are actually the items that are usually being tackled in the actual exam. Let me just tell you, I don't really like reading that much, but this book made me addicted to it. With prayers and serious study habits, I passed the test on the 10th take. Yes. And this is what she says. I am not ashamed on saying I took it 10 times. It is my way of encouraging people that there's still a way of passing that test. Her name, Teresa George from Pikesville, Maryland, USA. Okay. Don't wait until your 10th try to pass NCLEX. You now have a tool. And the good thing about this is because, NCLEX RN in a flash is very pricey at Amazon. Okay. I think now the last price that they have is $250. Okay. So what can we do now? Look, the good thing about NCLEX RN in a flash is you have a functional concept, apply it to the question, and then the answer is given with a very brief rationale plus pointers on the sides. Okay? Okay. So, this is what the users are saying. Sir, napakalaking tulong ng book mo, yung latest version ng 311. Now, in order for you to make it affordable here in the Philippines, I asked for my publisher if I can create, okay, the same book with a different title. Now it's called NCLEX 311 and it's available, okay, through the Ray Gapus system. Okay, you can ask our IT who are supervising this session and you can send us an email after. Okay? Pharmacology, pinanood ko po lahat ng YouTube videos nyo ng paulit-ulit. Dami po lumabas doon. Now, those of you who have yet to be a subscriber of our YouTube channel, let me just show you our YouTube channel so that you'll know. Okay. Okay. Do you see my screen now? Okay. NCLEX Ray Gapus. Okay, can somebody confirm on our YouTube channel? Yes? Okay, now here we go. Please go to the live section. That's where we conduct our group study. Here we go. We do it every Monday. Okay, you can interact with our mentors. Okay, now for those of you who want lengthy videos for our tips, you have it here. Okay. Look, bronchiolitis, cleft palate, kernicterus, Menkes syndrome, okay? All of these, cytotec-induced fever, you have your different concepts that you need to focus on the NCLEX. All you have to do is to subscribe to our YouTube channel, okay? So if you want to join the study group, click on the live button. That's done every Monday. If you want to click on our videos, here you go. Okay. Now, all you have to do is to subscribe and please don't skip the ads because whatever the channel earns goes back to the scholarship program that we are giving to our colleagues. Okay. So here we go. And then, okay, somebody who used the book says, NCLEX 311, very similar po sa actual exam. Some of my pharma questions, same na same po sa 311. I'm not the one saying. It's the users who use the book. Okay? Big thanks to you, Sir Ray, and to all mentors. Napakagaling nyo magturo and to all our AGRS staff for their assistance. More power to the team. Okay, what they're saying is that our mentors are very good at teaching. It's because they're making use of functional concepts. And look, NCLEX 311 book is very similar to the actual exam. And then, Angela says, legit sir, lumabas po from item 75 to 85. Lahat po yung topics na sabi ka, tandaan nyo to, lalabas lalo na sa mga mag-i-exam na. 311 po, naubos ko po basahin yun ng 2 beses. Very well written, it's easy to understand and absorb. And then, one of our students from Africa, thank you sir, the NCLEX 311 book po, I read it a day before my exam. Okay, so if you would notice, all of them are saying the NCLEX 311 is the best. And this is what Cassie is saying, halos same na same po siya sa pagkakakonstruct sa mga na-encounter ko pong mga standalone questions. Once again, halos same na same po siya sa pagkakakonstruct sa mga na-encounter kong standalone questions. Okay? And then, for Elm, which part of our review helped you the most? All of it. Ginawa ko po yung sinabi nyo a day before, basahin ang 311. Dinala ko po dito sa Las Vegas ang books nyo. Inabot ako ng 4 a.m. pag may quick fix tayo. But worth it po lahat. So, what she said is that she brought the books even with her to Las Vegas, and it sometimes it takes her until 4 a.m. okay, to study when we're doing our quick fix. Okay, so, and of course, Carl Javier, sir, I just want to thank you. I recently took my NCLEX last Monday. I passed. Laking tulong ng book nyo. Yun lang po, binasa ko for 10 days before my exam. Even though free live lecture lang po sa Kabanatuan yung na-attendan ko, ang laking tulong po nun sa akin. It boosted my confidence. Ang dami kong natutunan and agad-agad po akong bumili ng 311. Salamat po to you. Okay, everybody, once again, type I'm next. Okay. I'm next. You just have to make that simple decision to pass the test. Okay? So, other feedback, parang a reflection po talaga, sir, of quick fix, YouTube 311 yung questions that I got. So, happy I got through the exam successfully. So, watch our YouTube videos and then read NCLEX 311. That's our second recipe. And what is our third strategy in our success recipe? Okay, success strategy number 3. Okay, learn from the success recipe of those who passed the test. Okay, so what are the success recipes? What are they doing? First and foremost, you have to motivate yourself. You know, the first time I had my picture taken in front of the Statue of Liberty was way back in 1998 when I went to Staten Island in New York. However, I can no longer find a picture of mine. So what I did was to retake that picture when I visited the Statue of Liberty Monument once again last year. And then I posted this on social media. What's funny is one of my students did the same. And look what happened to him. I always believe in his plan. Doc, good evening. Dito na po ako sa US at naka-work na din po ako as a nurse. Okay? Pangarap ko lang noon na magamit kong pagiging RN sa Pilipinas because he used to work as a caregiver. And then he saved up money. He went all the way back to the Philippines just to do the program because he wanted face-to-face program. And then when he went back to the US after a month, he's now an RN. That is the same for a student of mine in Pangasinan. She stayed in the US for 7 years, taking the test every year. She failed it 7 times. And she said, there is something I have to do. And she went back to the Philippines. And you know what happened? It was because she's taking her test at the wrong time of the day. So at the Ray Gapo system, we analyze even the type of test taker that you are before we prescribe or we give you the receta for which review program is aligned for your needs. So we're more targeted, we're more scientific, and that's what sets us apart. Okay? At naka-work na din siya as a nurse. Look, he also took his picture in front of the Statue of Liberty. Okay, way to go. Everybody once again say, I'm next. Come on, type it, type it, type it, type it. Those who will type it will eventually make their great American dream come true by passing the NCLEX on their first try. Those who will not type anything will be left in the community forever, bringing with them their OB bag, okay, and their black umbrella that they will use as a defense against dogs running after them. Okay. Okay, so type, I'm next. Come on. This is the right time to go abroad, colleagues. We have to be in a better place. We deserve better. Come on, we deserve better. We have to be abroad. Okay? And this is what I love best. This is Tin. She's a nurse from Iloilo. And look, this is the bag we're actually giving them as part of their kits when she was doing the program. And this is what she sent me. You showed us a US White House mansion at the beginning of your presentation. Fast forward, 21 years after, sir. My God, I'm that old. Do I look that old? Do I look that old, colleagues? 21 years after. Look, she manifested. And this is what she said. I was your I watched your website. I did take the 2005 NCLEX exam, June PNLE top 10 local reviews in Iloilo. And then si Jeffness, okay, she did her program with me in Cebu. And then NCLEX 2005 Seattle, lahat pasado. See? From a board top-notcher from Iloilo to CJFNS to NCLEX. Lahat pasado. And it did make a big difference using my yellow book guide of yours, plus sariling sikap. That's why I feel so strongly that yours was effective in prepping me and somehow indebted to you. Okay. That's her success recipe. And of course, another senior citizen to be, Ma'am Evelyn Agkawili, who just dropped by a couple of days ago at the office. Dr. Ray, the crowning may be a simple act of recognition for others, but for me and my husband, it is a celebration of every hardship we endured to achieve this dream. You reminded us how beautiful it is to love our profession. Forever grateful, Alice and Evelyn Nagkawili. I can't imagine God will make me more than Miss Universe without expiration of the crowning of the cap as a nurse and symbolic of the crowning as USRN. Goosebumps pa rin ako tuwing nakikita ko ang pic with you. Okay, she's still having goosebumps every time she sees her picture with me. I feel so honored. Sana biyayaan pa kayo ni Lord ng magandang kalusugan sa tuwina. Ang haba po ng list ng mission nyo, Doc Ray. Cheers. That's what she's saying. Hopefully, God will give you a longer life so that you can help more. And thank you very much for very kind words and prayers, Ma'am Evelyn. Okay, so let's learn from their success recipes. Okay, here we go. I asked one of our passers, that's Angela, which part of our review helped you the most? And this is what she says. She did the core shell, that's part of our program. The core shell streamlines the concepts that you need to study. Pumunta kami diyan sa office at yung 311 survey, sobrang galing. So she did the core shell, she came to the office, and then she read NCLEX 311. And of course, she attended my mentoring. And this is what she says. Yung sinabi mo na Avino and Valentino nasa exam ko po, Sir Ray. They were laughing about that. Okay? Now, here's another success recipe. Before my exam date, we went to the office of Sir Ray to take the core shell. You see? That's a simulator. And it's so helpful. I answered SATA questions and gumanda yung learnings. And also even the last 3-day quick fix, that's a 3-day 24-hour review with me alone. Okay, I was able to attend with Sir Ray online. Sobrang nakatulong. And 311 and pharmacology book, sobrang helpful. And habang nag-exam ako, okay, naririnig ko boses ni Sir Ray. So it's as if she's hearing my voice during the exam. Talagang ringing in the ears ang dating ni Sir. Kaya wala akong masasabi kundi I'm so thankful to you, Sir Ray. Words could not seem to be enough para may parating ko ang katuwaan ng puso ko sa lahat ng tulong mo. May God continue to bless and guide you para marami kang matulungang aspiring to become USRN to make our US journey as possible. So thank you for the very kind words. In a nutshell, she's saying, may God continue to bless you and guide you so that you can still guide more nurses. Sir Ray and ITAPS Gapus. ITAPS is our processing arm. Okay? So, if you process with ITAPS, then you get free NCLEX review if you process with ITAPS. Okay? And please don't forget, sama natin si St. Jude, Black Nazarene, and Mother of Perpetual Help. Sila yung malaking armor battle, kaya napagtagumpayan ko ang lahat. Kaya now, I can probably say, Angela Pilapil, USRN. So that's what she's saying. So you have to work hard and then pray. Okay? So those two could be your success recipe too. Okay, so this is the course shell. If you open it, you will have different sections, and each sections will help you focus on which topics you need to master. Okay, this is our YouTube channel. We now have 27 or nearing 28,000 subscribers. So please subscribe so that you can get updated, because we have our live study group every Monday through our YouTube channel. And okay, this is what two other passers are saying. First, the quick fix, yun na naging base ko. Then comprehensive, para kung kabuti kung maka-attend. But the quick fix, I love it. Straight to the point, I focus on that. Then I made sure to finish 311. I went over doon sa topics na binigay nyo, Doc, during the quick fix. And lastly, before my exam, I made sure that I will be able to try my simulation. Okay? So that's what we prescribe. Actually, this lady came to my office a day before she took her test. She's from Bacolod. And this is what she says. It really paid off ang pagpunta, as in walang tapon sa system mo, Doc. Everything was super duper helpful. And then Fran is saying, the new NJN simulator na pinagamit sa amin, last quick fix, parang same po sila nung mismong NJN. I'm not the one saying. So what she's saying is, the simulator is almost exactly the same as the actual test. Okay? Pareho silang nag-a-adapt based doon sa mga naunang sagot. Parang yung question sa binato po sa amin. See? That's what I'm trying to say. And then, nagsa-shutdown po siya pag okay na po yung score. See? So, the recipe for success could be, okay, you do your review. That could be the quick fix. Just 3 days, plus NCLEX 311, plus the simulator. And that would mean NCLEX success. Okay? So here we go. This is our simulation lab that feels like the actual NCLEX testing center. See? We're the only one to have that AI-powered NCLEX simulator. You can't find that anywhere in the world. Now, that's the reason why those who are joining our program are passing it on their first try. Okay? Naku, hindi daw siya makakapunta sa simulation. Okay? Get in touch with me, okay, so that we can have an alternative. Okay? Okay din po, sabi ng isang nag-test. Care of the newborn, toddlers, adults with visual problems. Nasa simulation po natin. Same na same, ma'am. Care of newborn, toddlers, adults at home po. You see, that's what I'm trying to say. And I'm not the one saying it. Those who were able to experience our simulator are the ones saying it. Okay? So, we also have an instructor from Bicol, okay, who's saying, the NCLEX simulator is very essential. It recreates the real NGN format of the exam. The conducive venue exemplifies the actual setting too. I'm indebted to your continuous mentoring during my stay, hence gave me the confidence to give my best shot in every question. Kudos to you and the rest of RAGRS team. You're the best, Doc. Okay, so thank you so much. And this is what they're saying. I passed the NCLEX for the first time at 85, profoundly grateful for your unwavering dedication, passion, and the remarkable extra effort you have consistently invested in mentoring me, because I mentor the students one by one. Their program is customized. Hindi kami katulad ng iba na all for everybody. No. We're not doing that mass review thing. We're doing customized and personalized review so that we address your weakness. Okay? That's what we do at the Ray Gapus system. Okay? So, let's move on now. And are you ready for our first set of tips? Yes or no? Tell me, is everyone ready for our first set of tips? Yes, especially those who are taking the test anytime soon. Go, 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 go. Let's go. Okay? So here we go. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay? Now, what is trending now on the test? Listen. Okay? They're asking about misoprostol. Misoprostol is known as your cytotec. Now, this is usually indicated in the treatment of ulcer. Okay, now, however, listen now, your misoprostol has an off-label effect. And what is that? It can actually cause thinning or effacement of the cervix. That is why it can potentially induce labor. Okay, leading to, okay, possible abortion. Okay, now listen and listen very well. One of the most common side effects of misoprostol or cytotec is fever. And that fever is called cytotec-induced fever. Okay, now, how did it come out in the test? Cytotec-induced fever was asked side by side or vis-a-vis with chorioamnionitis. Okay, which is a form of infection. Okay, now remember, both conditions are manifested by fever. Take note, both conditions are manifested by fever. What the question is asking is, how would you know that this is cytotec-induced fever and not chorioamnionitis? First, pay particular attention to the fever. Okay? Usually, when the fever is something that goes away even without treatment or with the basic treatment of a paracetamol, and usually the fever is not high grade. Okay? So which simply means it could be below 39 degrees Celsius. Okay, then we call that cytotec-induced fever. However, if the fever, okay, is treated with antibiotics before it subsides, and usually it is high grade, that means it could be above 38.5 degrees centigrade, then we call that chorioamnionitis. In other words, you have to be able to differentiate the pattern of the fever and what relieves it. Okay, so if a pregnant patient who is having labor experiences fever, what do you need to do? You have to check on the pattern of the fever as well as its treatment. If it goes away even without treatment, check if the client was given misoprostol to induce the labor or cytotec. And that could be cytotec-induced fever. Now, listen, is our discussion understandable enough? Let me know. Yes or no? Is our discussion understandable enough? Excellent. Now, let's have an example and a case study to breathe life into this discussion. Here we go. So cytotec-induced fever, here's a functional concept, is a common side effect of misoprostol. Typically, it occurs within a few hours of administration, especially in higher doses given intravaginally, and presents with chills, shivering, and elevated temperature. Common risk factors of cytotec-induced fever includes, you have the code PAP, you have a primary gravida patient, a young, okay, primary gravida patient, and with prostaglandin sensitivity, so PAP. To differentiate cytotec-induced fever from chorioamnionitis, I have prepared here a chart. Pay particular attention that in cytotec-induced fever, the fever is not high grade. So it's less than 39 degrees centigrade. For chorioamnionitis, it is persistent and it's high grade. It's usually above 38 degrees centigrade. And the treatment also differs. Cytotec-induced fever can go away even without treatment, but usually treated with antipyretics. okay, paracetamol. And then for chorioamnionitis, it's usually treated with IV antibiotics. Okay, therefore, here's another functional concept. The priority for cytotec-induced fever is to assess the client's temperature and monitor for signs of infection or uterine hyperstimulation, while administering antipyretics as prescribed and ensuring adequate hydration to differentiate a benign prostaglandin-induced reaction from a serious complication like sepsis or chorioamnionitis. So, the treatment for cytotec-induced fever includes, remember, AMDR. You have to administer your antipyretics, paracetamol or ibuprofen, then monitor the vital signs and temperature trends so you will be able to rule out the pattern of the fever, discontinuing or adjusting misoprostol dosage if symptoms are severe or prolonged, then ensuring adequate hydration via oral or IV fluids, and then, of course, ruling out infection. That means to say you have to be able to differentiate it from chorioamnionitis or endometriosis through clinical assessment and, if necessary, lab tests such as complete blood count or cultures. So remember, most cases are self-limiting and resolved without further intervention once the misoprostol is metabolized. Therefore, let's answer a case study. This is how questions are asked in the test. Those of you who are taking the test anytime soon, please be familiar with how case studies are being presented. So a 27-year-old primigravida at 39 weeks gestation was admitted for labor induction and received 600 micrograms of misoprostol intravaginally. 2 hours after administration, she developed chills, shivering, and a rising temperature of 38.8 degrees centigrade. Her pulse rate increased to 110 beats per minute, but fetal heart tones remained reassuring and uterine contractions were regular. The obstetric team assessed for signs of infection, but no foul-smelling discharge. Uterine tenderness or elevated white blood cell count was noted. She was given paracetamol, encouraged to hydrate, and the fever resolved spontaneously within 6 hours. Okay, which of the following is the most likely cause of her symptoms? Your answer? Excellent. Okay, you should not be answering neuroleptic malignant syndrome or malignant hyperthermia. Okay, why? Because these two, okay, are associated with the intake of antipsychotics and, of course, your propofol. Okay, especially if the patient is to undergo ECT. Okay, now, so 1 and 2 must be eliminated immediately. Now, since you have here a pregnant client, then you can only choose between cytotec-induced fever and chorioamnionitis, but a specific data on the question, misoprostol cytotec, gives away the correct answer. So what is good about case studies in the test is that the answers are already found on the case study. It's just up to you to identify which data should guide your thinking process. So far, the answer is cytotec-induced fever. So far, let me ask you this. How do you find the functional concepts method? Okay, let me know. How do you find it so far? Do you think it is helpful? We also have functional concepts, easy to retain. We also have functional concepts method for the Philippine Nurse Licensure exam. This is our pedagogy, very helpful. Okay, what else? Aside from it's easy to retain, it's helpful, easy to apply to questions. Excellent, Eliza, very good reflection. What else? Do you think it's going to be helpful for you when you take your test? Let me know. Do you think it's going to be helpful? Yes. Okay, so let's move on. Very helpful. Okay, so now that you're saying that it's very helpful, it's time to have a sample test. And let me make sure that they load the sample test, and that's going to be, okay, SQF 282. Okay, so the sample test will be uploaded on our chat box, SQF 282. Okay, SQF 282, download it, and this will be timed. You are given 15 minutes to answer the questions. You have 15 items. After that, we're gonna discuss. So for our discussion, I will ask our IT to flash the questions on the screen, okay? And I will be discussing the answers one by one. Are you ready? Yes? Okay. Type yes if you're ready, if you have downloaded it, so we can start the timer once you are ready. Yes. Okay. So they're saying they're ready. The timer starts now. Can we have the timer? We have 3 minutes left. Kindly type done if you are finished on our chat box. Last 2 minutes, kindly type done once you are done. Last 90 seconds. Those who are done, kindly type done on our chat box so that I know. Okay. Last 40 seconds. Last 30 seconds. $20. We're really obsessive compulsive here. The Ray Gapo system, everything is time. We start on time. We conduct everything in a professional way, and that's what we expect also from our learners. Okay? This is for you. We don't want to waste your time. Your time is precious, more precious than ours. Here we go. And time's up. Okay. Now, let me ask you this question before I begin our discussion. Here we go. How is the test? I want you to be honest. How is the test? If you are going to take the NCLEX today, will you be able to pass? Khalil says hard. Pharma is always difficult. Medyo mahirap. Not easy. Well, I like that. Okay. You said it in a very positive way. Not easy. Medyo hard. That's what you love naman, di ba? Of course, you don't want anything that's soft. You want it hard. Okay. Well, what else? The harder, the better. Okay. So you need less lube. Charing. Quite hard. Okay. Are you excited for me to discuss the answers? Here we go. Okay. This is how we're going to do the rest of the session. You're going to have a lot of tips. And for those who don't know the other concepts, I'm so sorry to hear that. You are supposed to know these things. Here we go. Okay. So can we share now, Sir Chris? Okay. Our test paper, SQF 282. Okay. Let's begin. Okay. Each item uses numbered options, includes rationale for correct and incorrect options, and has one high yield safety contraindications monitoring. Here we go. That's supposed to be removed. Okay, that's not part of our direction. Okay, the first one, pay particular attention, is mahuang. Okay, honestly, do you know what mahuang is? The truth. Do you know? Mawang ibuyat amat it. Mawang ibuyat amat it nat munang ngingin ang. Okay? Now, honestly, ayaw naman anggal. Honestly, it came out in the net. Okay? This came out in the test. Listen. And there's only one book in the whole wide universe. It's only NCLEX 311. That's located on page 346. There you go. Ma Huang actually came out back to back with Di Huang. Okay. So Ma Huang is on page 346 of the book. And on page 347, that's Di Huang. Let me show you. There you go. Di Huang and Ma Huang. Okay. The only book that contains this question on the NCLEX. That's why some of my students were asking, Sir Ray, are you giving questions on the test? I will not confirm and I will not deny. Okay. Okay. Let me talk about Mawang. Mawang is ephedra. And take note. It can be used in two ways. Okay. One, it is used for obesity, specifically to produce weight loss. And two, it can be used as a bronchodilator. Okay, listen now. You can screenshot what I'm writing on our chat box or cut and paste it. Now listen, 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 and listen very well. Okay. If your patient is taking mahuang, what do you need to monitor? Monitor the blood pressure. Why? It can potentially cause hypertension that could lead to stroke. And therefore, you also have to instruct the client to avoid caffeine and do not combine or do not take with MAO inhibitors. Okay? Why? It can worsen hypertensive crisis. Now, do you want also to know about Di Huang? Di Huang, on the other hand, listen carefully, is used for diabetes mellitus. In which case, you have to monitor the blood sugar. Okay, now what was asked in the test? If your patient is taking mahuang, what should the nurse monitor? Of course, the weight and the blood pressure that came out SATA. If the patient is taking Di Huang, what should the nurse monitor to check the effect? It's going to be the blood sugar. That is how the test asks these questions. Now, pay particular attention now. There's also another tip on herbal remedies. Now, take note. You don't study ulasimang bato, pansit-pansitan. No, sera kayo. The NCLEX will ask different types of herbal remedies. The ones that we have here on 311, like that's echinacea, not echinacea, echinacea. Pronounce it properly. What came out in the test now, here's a tip that I'd like to highlight, okay, is actually your black cohosh. Okay, your black cohosh. How is it different from blue cohosh? Okay, listen now. Your black and blue cohosh are given in OB cases. For what purpose? It depends. Okay, listen now. Black cohosh has an estrogen-like effect. Okay, so it is given in menopause in order to treat hot flashes. Okay, blue cohosh, on the other hand, has an oxytocin-like effect. In other words, it is given to jumpstart labor, especially if the client has stalled labor. So therefore, if your patient is receiving black cohosh, it's very important to evaluate if the patient had decreased hot flashes. Okay, and if the patient is receiving blue cohosh, it's very important for the nurse to check if they have taken it, so that, okay, you will need to report it to the physician, because you cannot combine your blue cohosh with oxytocin. Otherwise, the patient can develop uterine rupture. Okay, class, I want you to be honest. Are you learning something new today? Yes or no? Khalil says yes. Is this the first time that you're learning about all these concepts and how we are integrating it? So there's much to learn. Yes. Thank you. That's the purpose of being here. Why will you come to a session that will just give you the same things over and over again? You have to learn something new. You have to learn the trends. Okay, here we go. So let's analyze. Assess the blood pressure and heart rate. Yes. Okay. Teach to discontinue if palpitations occur. Yes. Remember, it could potentially lead to stroke. 3. Encourage use with caffeine or for better effect. No. I said avoid caffeine and don't give it with MAO inhibitor. Screen for history of heart disease. Yes. Educate about stroke risk. Yes. So that's going to be 1, 2, 4, 5. Okay. Who got number 1? I want you to be honest. Who got number 1? Okay, excellent. So therefore, you are now a certified fortune teller. Ganap na manghuhula. Gaga. Okay? So let's talk about triamcinolone, which is a topical corticosteroid. Pay particular attention. Your number 2. Okay? Let's just shorten the name of the drug to Triam. Okay? So triamcinolone is actually a topical agent that's given in clients with eczema and, of course, psoriasis. Okay, now take note, take note. On the test, they are not going to label it eczema. You will see dry, scaly skin. And on the test, they will not label it psoriasis. You will see thickened, silvery flakes, skin flakes. So the test is more of descriptions of the medical terms. Now, listen. When you're applying your triamcinolone, make sure that you apply a thin layer. And it's all right to rub on the skin. However, take note, if the skin is damaged, a common complication with this treatment is, remember, this weakens the immune system. Remember, you have a steroid. So the patient becomes at risk for infection. Okay, and that's a tip. You have to remember that properly. Okay, so usually your triamcinolone is applied on distal body parts, and if it's not prescribed, you don't use it on the patient's face. And then after, you need to wash your hands properly so your skin does not absorb much of the medications. Therefore, the answers to number 2 are 1, 3, and 4. Okay? Apply a thin layer to the affected skin. Avoid the use on the face unless prescribed, and wash hands after application. that the medication is usually not used for long term because of the risk for infection that results from its chronic use. Okay, class, are you learning so far? Yes or no? Yeah, okay. Who got number 2? Who got number 2? Okay, excellent. Okay, so let's move on to ibuprofen. Now take note, your ibu, okay, let's just shorten the name, is a non-steroidal anti-inflammatory agent. And you have to remember this, the favorite, here's a tip. Question on the test is, when is it best taken? Because a lot of literatures, even if you check the internet, some would say it's best taken with meals, some would say it's best taken after meals. So some would say it's best taken with full stomach. So what is the best time to administer your ibuprofen? After a careful research, here's the correct answer. It's best given with meals. Okay? And a common adverse effect would be your ibuprofen is nephrotoxic. Therefore, you need to check the kidney function test, specifically your creatinine. Now, let me differentiate. The most sensitive index of kidney function is your creatinine clearance. Okay? It's creatinine clearance, not just serum creatinine. Therefore, if you will be asked, what are the things that you need to assess the patient for? First, remind the client that the patient should take the medication ibuprofen with food. So 1 is correct. Monitor for GI bleeding. Yes, that is a gastric irritant. 2 is correct. Assess renal function. Yes, I told you it's nephrotoxic. 4, use safely in late pregnancy. No. So avoid concurrent non-steroidal inflammatory agent. Yes, because if you administer the 2, if both drugs are nephrotoxic, it could potentially result to acute kidney injury. So it's best that you do not administer your ibuprofen concurrently with other non-steroidal anti-inflammatory agents. So the answers are 1, 2, 3, and 5. Okay? Okay. Next, okay, we have your clozapine, okay, or clozaril. Now, pay particular attention to clozapine or clozaril. Clozapine or clozaril is a typical antipsychotic. Is an atypical antipsychotic. Okay. Now, why is it important that you know the classification? Because, take note, your atypical antipsychotic decreases both positive and negative manifestations of schizophrenia. What does that mean? Is it any different from typical antipsychotics? Yes, haloperidol or haldol is typical antipsychotic. It will just decrease the positive symptoms. Your clozapine is atypical, so it decreases both positive and negative symptoms. Now, what are the positive symptoms? Okay. Remember the code DH lawak. Okay. Which means delusions, hallucinations, loose association or looseness of association, agitation, word salad, ambivalence, and confusion. Okay, those are the positive symptoms. These symptoms are not present in healthy individuals. Okay, negative symptoms, on the other hand, okay, remember the code, the ACE. Okay, all of these except for agitation and ambivalence begin with the letter A. Okay, like alogia. Alogia is poverty of speech. So when you ask the patient, how is food? They would just say good. Okay, so one question, one word, and single word answer. So poverty of speech. Okay, then apathy or loss of emotion. Then anhedonia, loss of interest in pleasurable things like hugging, or necking or caressing. They're not interested with that. So that's a sign of schizophrenia. So if your jowa or your boyfriend or your girlfriend doesn't want to be caressed, then I therefore conclude that person could be schizophrenic. Stay away from that person. Okay. And then you have avolition, okay, which means lack of motivation. And of course, asociality, which is social withdrawal. Okay. Now take note, it's not going to be the definition of these terms that you will see on the test. It's going to be how these terms are described in real life. Now, take note. Your clozapine causes a granulocytosis and leukopenia, which simply means you have to check their white blood cell count. We know for a fact that the normal is 5,000 to 10,000, and you have to check their absolute neutrophil count. Okay? The normal is 2,500 to 6,000. Now, listen now. When the WBC and ANC, which are usually monitored every week, are decreased, then do not give the next dose. Why? If you give the next dose, you will be liable for malpractice. That's how they're asking it on the test. It's not simply about the drug. They integrate ethical legal principles. Okay? Now, how would you know that the patient has developed a granulocytosis? When they begin to show manifestations of altered immune system, like the presence of sore throat, fever, and of course, chills. And take note, this is a medical emergency. You need to report this to the provider of the client immediately. Okay. Now, pay particular attention to the fact that in most drugs, you do not stop giving the medication abruptly. Otherwise, the patient's symptoms will increase. Okay. Remember, your clozapine decreases both positive and negative symptoms. So if you abruptly withhold it or stop it, eventually the symptoms like delusions and hallucinations will recur. Okay, therefore, the correct answers in number 4 are monitor absolute neutrophil count. Yes, 1 is correct. Assess for fever and sore throat. Yes, to know whether the patient's having a granulocytosis. And then pay particular attention. Okay, teach about seizure risk. Yes, the medication can trigger seizures. Stop medication abruptly if dizziness occur. No, abruptly is not correct. And monitor for myocarditis. Myocarditis is a rare complication of chronic intake of clozapine. However, it is fatal. So the answers are 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay, class. Okay, are you learning so far? Yes or no? Tell me, are you learning? Yes. Now, I have another question. Is this the way, I do not mean to demean others, but is this the way how you learn pharma in school? I just want to know so that I know how to bridge the gap. Is this how you learn pharma in school? Come on. Yes or no? Is this the way? No. Okay. That's where the problem is. So you really have to be in a good program that should bridge whatever knowledge you've gained from your bachelor's degree into preparing for the next generation NCLEX. Okay? So it's not as easy as you think it is. Because some of you will nangangahas to take the NCLEX. They're so overconfident. They want to take the NCLEX right away. And yet, if you ask them what medications do they know apart from iron, they just know biogesic. And the only discharge instruction that they know is ingat or take care in English. Ito, mas malala. They wanted to take the NCLEX, but the only drug they know is tiki-tiki. United, American, tiki-tiki. You don't go out there just knowing tiki-tiki. And then you try, okay, to challenge the NCLEX with your knowledge of what? Tiki-tiki? Okay? So you better think twice, okay? Let's move on now. Let's talk about Rogan. Okay, listen now. Okay, remember, ROGAM is given, take note, to an RH negative mother with RH positive baby. Okay, remember this, and I want you to remember this. If the mother is RH positive, the baby can be positive or negative, and there will be no problem. Okay? There will be no problem. The problem arises when the mother is RH negative and the baby is RH positive. Why? Okay. The blood of these two can't be mixed. Okay? That's what you call RH incompatibility. However, the mixture of blood only occurs at the time of delivery because now the placenta detaches from the uterine wall. You have a big open wound. It's when, theoretically speaking, the blood of the mother mixes with the blood of the baby. That's one thing that you have to prevent, the formation of the antibodies by the mother. Okay, how do you do that? Administer your ROGAM within 72 hours. Or ROGAM can also be given at 28 weeks gestation, especially if the mother is going to undergo a procedure that may potentially result to bleeding. Because what we're trying to prevent here is the mixture of the mother's and the baby's blood if they are not compatible. And in which case, when the mother is RH negative and the baby is RH positive, then we have RH incompatibility. Okay? So, what do? Prevent formation of antibodies by administering ROGAM at the right time. Okay, now listen, and listen very well. I want you to listen. Okay, your ROGAM protects future pregnancies because for the first pregnancy, even if the baby's blood is not compatible with the mother's blood, the mixture of the blood only occurs during the delivery. Okay, so it simply means the baby has already been delivered, and so whatever antibodies that will be formed, if they have incompatible blood, will affect the future pregnancy. So to prevent the future pregnancies, okay, from potential destruction of red blood cells that result from incompatible blood, then you will have to give ROGAM. Okay, so therefore, what are the answers? Verify mother is RH negative, correct? You only give it when the mother is RH negative and the baby is RH positive. What about if the mother is RH negative and the baby is RH negative? No problem at all. Their blood is compatible, okay? Administer at 28 weeks gestation, that's correct. Give to RH positive mothers, no. RH positive mothers will not have problems because whether their baby is RH positive or RH negative, there will be no, okay, incompatibility that will result. Okay, administer postpartum if infant is RH positive. Yes, within 72 hours after delivery. And monitor for allergic reactions. Yes. So the answers are 1, 2, 4, and 5. Okay. Now let me ask you again. Is this the way you studied ROGAM? Okay. No. That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. Even if you know what ROGAM is, if you don't know how it's being asked in the test, then everything becomes useless. You have to know ROGAM the way how NCLEX would ask it. So the false prophets of NCLEX who are pervading, okay, the metaverse at the moment don't know any better. They're just parroting facts. That's not the way to do it. If you want to pass NCLEX on your first try, you have to dig deep into the concepts with the right program. That's what I'm trying to say. Because you don't waste your money and you don't waste your time. Well, wasted money, you can just work hard again to refill your account, but wasted time. Okay? So once again, we have programs that will give you free application, free review. Please do send your CV if you're interested with our scholarships. Here we go. Let's move on to number 6. Okay. Okay. Now, what are they asking about method gene? Okay. Remember, method gene contracts the uterus. Okay. However, a common side effect is hypertension. Okay. Hypertension. Actually, initially, the BP will go down, then rebound hypertension occurs. So what do you need to check now? Monitor the client's blood pressure. Now, NCLEX would usually be fun about asking, what is the expected outcome for giving Methergine? And it's going to be, the answer is firmly contracted uterus. That's the way to do it. Okay? So, therefore, what are the things that you need to do if your patient is going to be given Methergine? Assess blood pressure before administration, correct? Withhold if hypertension is present, correct? Use to relax uterine muscles, no. Monitor for uterine cramping, correct. Administer for postpartum hemorrhage, correct. So the answers are 1, 2, 4, 5. Okay, let's move on to number 7. Now let me ask you about this. Are you familiar with valerian? Tell me, yes or no? Yes or no? No. You see? So don't ever attempt to take the test without you becoming familiar with all of these concepts. Okay. Let's talk about valerian and cava. Okay. Notice, valerian and cava, you have VA. So think Valium. Okay. So what is Valium? It's a sedative. Therefore, valerian and cava are sedatives. Now, how are these concepts being asked in the actual exam? How will these herbal remedies interact with drugs? Okay. So, for example, if your patient has been taking cava or valerian because the client has insomnia, okay, and then the doctor orders alprazolam. Remember, if the drug ends with solam or zipam, these are sedatives or minor tranquilizers or anti-anxiety, diazepam, alprazolam, okay? Oxazepam, okay? Now, all of this, therefore, will potentially worsen respiratory depression. So, your priority, therefore, is to monitor the respiratory rate. That's your priority. Therefore, you do not combine valerian or cava with your minor tranquilizers or sedatives. So what are the things that you need to do? Okay, first, assess for sedation. That is correct. Okay, why? Because your valerian has a CNS depressant effect. It could potentially cause drowsiness. So if the client is already drowsy, why give valerian? Next, avoid combining with benzodiazepine. Yes, benzodiazepines are minor tranquilizers. These are sedatives. Okay. Use safely before surgery. No. It has to instruct the client to stop taking this at least 10 days before surgery. Why? It could potentially worsen the respiratory depression that could come with the administration of anesthesia before the surgery. 4, educate about withdrawal symptoms. Yes, correct. A potential withdrawal symptoms would be rebound insomnia. And then promote use for insomnia, correct. So the answers are 1, 2, 4, 5. Okay, class, are you learning so far? Yes? Yes. Okay. And let me tell you, if you are not in this class, do you know that these are the things that you need to study if you're taking the test within the month? This is only good for this month. Next month's going to be a different ball game altogether. Oh, you see? So, don't be pretentious. Wag mamaru. Okay? You have to know what to study. Okay. Now, next, let's talk about Sao Palmetto. Okay. This is given in BPH. Now, there were previous studies that say that there's no effect of Sao Palmetto in terms of causing the atrophy of the prostate. Okay. However, it's still being asked in the test. Why? Because there are some qualitative evidence from users who are claiming that your Sao Palmetto improves, okay, your urinary frequency, okay, which simply means it decreases difficulty of urination caused by BPH, benign prostatic hypertrophy. Why? Because it atrophies the prostate gland, therefore, okay, preventing or managing dysuria. That's the way to do it. Now, okay, pay particular attention to these things, okay? Take note that your Sao Palmetto, since the effect is on the prostate gland, may potentially falsely lower your prostate-specific antigen, okay? Which could be a diagnostic marker for prostate cancer. So therefore, okay, you also have to inform the patient that it may potentially worsen bleeding. So what are the correct answers? Assess for urinary symptoms is correct, yes. Monitor for prostate-specific antigen levels, yes, okay. Use for benign prostatic hyperplasia, yes. Expect immediate symptom relief, no. This is very slow acting. And monitor for bleeding risk, yes. So the answers are 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 5. Okay. Next, let's move on to number 9. Okay. Levodopa. Now, take note, levodopa is an anti-Parkinsonian agent. Now, I have a question. You might be familiar with this. If the patient has schizophrenia, can we give levodopa? I'd like your answer. Is it a yes or a no? If a patient has schizophrenia, can we give levodopa? Yes or no? Come on. Some more. Okay. Okay. So a lot of people are conflicted. Let me clarify. Okay. Levodopa is a treatment for pseudo-Parkinsonism. Pseudo-Parkinsonism is an adverse effect of antipsychotics. Therefore, there could be two scenarios here. If you have a schizophrenic patient, but the patient has no or not taking antipsychotic, levodopa may worsen delusions and hallucinations. Why? Because delusions and hallucinations are indicative of levodopa toxicity. However, if you have a schizophrenic patient who is taking antipsychotic, chances are they may develop pseudo Parkinsonism. So therefore, take note, levodopa can help in the treatment of pseudo Parkinsonism. Okay, which means levodopa is not a treatment for schizophrenia. It is a treatment for the adverse effects of antipsychotics, and that is your pseudo-Parkinsonism. Okay, are you learning so far? Yes or no? Okay, now take note. When you are giving levodopa, you have to make sure that the diet should be low protein. Why? The diet should be low protein. Protein decreases absorption of levodopa. And take note, sometimes it should not just be low protein, but it should also be low in vitamin B6. Because vitamin B6 is found in high protein diet. Okay, now let me talk about this. What is a common side effect? We have what we call, this is what the test is asking, the on and off phenomenon. Okay, when you say on phase, okay, that means levodopa is effective. Levodopa is working. Okay, off phase means no effect. Levodopa is no longer producing the expected effect. What causes this? This is due to chronic levodopa treatment. Therefore, in order to enhance the effect of levodopa, what drug is usually combined with it? Selegiline, which is a MAO-B inhibitor. And the common side effect, take note, of levodopa is that it darkens the urine. Okay. Now, my question, is this the way, I want you to be honest, is this the way you studied levodopa? Yes or no? No. So, what is the point of trying to sit for the NCLEX? If you have not mastered your drugs carefully, that's going to be disaster. You have to prepare that when you step inside the examination room, you're confident that you've gone through all the concepts properly. Lecturing will not work. That's not the way to do it. You have to be in a simulator. Okay? Here we go. Okay. Administer on schedule. This is correct. Monitor for dyskinesia. Yes, dyskinesia is abnormal motor movement associated with pseudoparkinsonism. Remember, levodopa is used as a treatment for pseudoparkinsonism. High protein meals? No. Don't serve the chicken. Okay, the fried chicken. Why? That will decrease the absorption of the drug. Okay. Teach about orthostatic hypotension. Yes. And do not stop abruptly. Correct. Okay. So let's move on now to number 10. Doxycycline. Here we go. Doxycycline, okay, is the treatment for infections like Lyme disease. I'll talk about Lyme disease in a while. Now take note. Doxycycline can cause staining of the teeth. The teeth will become brownish. Okay, my question now is this. Listen. Okay, what if you have a child? Take note, your doxycycline is usually not given to children below 8 years old because of the staining of the teeth, who was bitten by a wood tick and needed to be treated with doxycycline. Okay, question now. Okay, question now. Are you going to give the drug or not? Knowing that you have a child for a patient, they are at risk for staining of their teeth, which is permanent. Are you going to give the drug or not? Go. Give or not give? You have a child. Khalil says, no, don't give. What about the others? Do we only have one thinking participant today? Give. What about the others? Do not give. What about the others? Give. This seems to be alternating admin. Give, do not give. Give, do not give. Give, do not give. Okay, listen, class. The primary purpose of your doxycycline is to treat the infection. And if the infection is not treated, that could become systemic. Regardless, you have to give it regardless of the age. Because the side effect comes with the drug. No drug has no side effect. Because a drug that doesn't have a side effect has probably no main effect at all. Like some people, they don't want to take the pills because they don't want the weight gain. That is a side effect. So if you don't take the pills, you wouldn't have side effect. But what will you have? You will have front effect on your tummy. So what will you have? What will you rather have? The side effect or the front effect in your tummy? No drug has no side effect, because a drug that doesn't have a side effect has probably no main effect at all. Okay? So let's talk about your doxycycline. Okay, pay particular attention to this. Okay? First, take it with a full glass of water. That's correct. Second, avoid sun exposure. Yes. Your doxycycline can potentially cause photosensitivity like your tetracycline. Okay. Use during pregnancy. Usually, it's not safe during pregnancy because it could potentially cause staining of the teeth. Avoid taking with milk. Yes. Your antibiotics are best absorbed in an acidic medium. Okay. And then, okay, remain upright after taking. Yes, to prevent esophageal irritation. So the answers are 1, 2, 4, 5. Okay, so let's move on to INH. Okay, INH is considered as the monotherapy. Okay, for TB. And it should be taken for at least 2 weeks. Okay, for the patient to be considered as no longer communicable. Okay. Take note. So if the patient still just taking INH for 1 week, they can still be communicable. So your INH is usually taken with B6. Okay. And your vitamin B6, take note, helps prevent peripheral neuritis. Okay. Now, let's pay particular attention to the options for number 11. A common adverse effect of your isoniazid is hepatotoxicity. So note if the patient has persistent, take note of the term, persistent anorexia, persistent diarrhea, or persistent vomiting. Those are all indicative of hepatotoxicity. So monitor liver enzymes, correct. Administer vitamin B6, correct. Encourage alcohol intake, no. Alcohol is hepatotoxic. Teach about numbness and tingling, correct. That indicates peripheral neuritis. Ensure adherence to therapy, correct. So the answers are 1, 2, 3, and 5. Okay, let's move on to prednisone. Now take note, prednisone is a form of steroid. So abrupt withdrawal can lead to a dysonian crisis. So number 1 is correct. Taper the dose gradually. And then prednisone may cause hyperglycemia. So 2 is correct. Monitor the blood glucose. Next. Okay, pay particular attention. Teach infection precaution. This is also considered correct because your patient may have, okay, immunosuppression resulting from the intake of prednisone. 4, stop abruptly, no. And 5, monitor for osteoporosis, yes. Remember, chronic intake or large dose of steroids can potentially lead to osteoporosis. Remember that, okay? Next, number 14. Okay. Tolvaptan. Now, I want everyone to be honest. Those who are taking the test anytime soon, did you study about Tolvaptan? Tell me, yes or no? Did you study about Tolvaptan? So you did not study Tolvaptan, therefore you don't have any right sitting for the NCLEX anytime soon. Because you should have studied it because it's one of the trends. Now let me tell you, Tolvaptan is used to treat hyponatremia that is associated with SIADH. What is the problem in SIADH? That syndrome of inappropriate antidiuretic hormone secretion. What is a common problem? So you have here water retention. And the water retention dilutes the sodium. So what do you have? Okay, dilutional hyponatremia. Dilutional hyponatremia. Therefore, your tolvaptan helps increase the sodium level by decreasing water retention. Therefore, if you see low sodium, think about your Vaptan. Okay? Okay, tolvaptan normalizes sodium. Therefore, do you need to monitor serum sodium? Yes. Assess for thirst and dry mouth? Yes. Restrict fluid intake strictly? No need to do this. Monitor liver function? Yes. Educate about frequent urination? Correct, because it will promote excretion of excess fluids. Number 14, let's talk about digoxin. Okay. Now, in a patient with digoxin, it's very important to note for toxic reactions. Listen, and there are two main things that you have to look for. Pay particular attention to the client's vision. When they have digoxin toxicity, they will have chloropsia. What is chloropsia? Greenish vision. Or they will have xanthopsia. What is xanthopsia? Yellowish or yellowish green vision. Okay. Now this indicates, listen now, this indicates that the client is having digoxin toxicity plus the presence of nausea, anorexia, vomiting. When this occurs, you better check the client's digoxin levels. So therefore, since digoxin causes bradycardia, you have to monitor the pulse rate. So therefore, number 1 is correct? Yes. Okay. Monitor potassium levels. Correct. Yes. Because when the potassium level is low, that makes it easy for the patient to have digoxin toxicity. Take note that the therapeutic level of digoxin is 0.5 to 2 nanogram per ml. Okay? Next important thing. Teach to report visual disturbances. Yes. Okay, remember chloropsia and xanthopsia. Administer if the heart rate is 52. No, the minimum is 60. Then monitor digoxin serum levels. Correct. Okay. Now, there are drugs, take note, that can potentially increase digoxin levels. And these are your verapamil and amiodarone. Okay. This would mean that if you are giving digoxin with these drugs, you have to frequently evaluate the drug levels of digoxin. So the correct answers are 1, 2, okay, 3, and 5. Okay, next, number 15. Okay, that's your physostigmine. Okay, now take note. Your physostigmine is used as a treatment for anticholinergic, okay, toxicity. Okay, it's also used as an antidote or the drug that counteracts the effect of atropine toxicity. Okay, now pay particular attention to this. The adverse effect of physostigmine, two things, two systems that are affected. First, the central nervous system could be affected. The client may have seizures. And second, the respiratory system could be affected. The client could have bronchospasm. So focus on these two systems when your patient's taking your physostigmine. Okay. So what are the correct answers? Use for anticholinergic toxicity? Yes. Monitor the heart rate continually or continuously? Yes. Administer rapidly via IV push? No. What makes it wrong? Rapidly. Keep atropine available? Yes. Okay. Okay. And of course, monitor for seizures? Yes. So the correct answers are 1, 2, 4, and 5. Now, kindly tell me what is your score out of 15. Don't be ashamed. Okay. What's your score out of 15? Don't be ashamed. I'd like you to be honest. Go. Okay. A lot of you. Okay. Wow. Somebody got 15. Excellent. 13, 13, 12, 8, 7. Okay. Those are understandable. Excellent. Okay. Now, let me just ask you one thing. If this test is the one that's given to you today, are you prepared for it? Are you prepared for it? Tell me. It's just one part of the test. Okay, some are saying yes, some are saying no. Okay? Okay. So, I hope this session will help you prepare yourselves. Okay? So, if you are preparing for the NGN, what should you do? Let me give you some pointers. Okay? So, let's get the advice from Binilda Maytandok from the University of Cordilleras, who passed the NGN for the State Board of New York. Look at the date, December 18, 2025. Don't be fooled, because some of those false prophets of NCLEX are posting passers who have been their passers for 15 years ago na. Wala na silang naipapasa because lecture ng lecture. That's not the way to do it. Okay? Look at the passers. Okay? They are supposed to be passing recently. Okay? So here we go. A dream becomes reality when faith meets preparation. That's what I'm saying. I'm beyond grateful to share that I officially passed the NCLEX. I'm now a USRN. This journey would not have been possible without the Ray A. Gapos review system. A year ago, I passed the PNLE with the help of the same system. Thank you so much for the trust, Binilda. Today, I'm celebrating another milestone, which is passing the NCLEX, still guided by the same review system that believed in me from the very beginning. First and foremost, I thank God for giving me strength, clarity, and guidance throughout this journey. Every step was filled with prayers, doubts, and breakthroughs, and He carried me through all of it. I also want to commend ITAPS Gapos for making my NCLEX processing smooth and stress-free. That's the good thing. If you process with ITAPS, our processing arm, then you get a free review for the NCLEX. You save money. Okay? And our processing fee is far, far less than what the false prophets are offering. They were very accommodating and always keep me updated, which gave me peace of mind during such an overwhelming process. Here's her success recipe. The 3-day quick fix and simulator test truly molded me on how to answer NCLEX question. You see, we're the only one with an AI-enabled NCLEX simulator not present anywhere in the world, because I personally designed that and we have invested so much resources to create one. Their functional concepts approach, along with the holy trinity of review materials, NCLEX 311, pharmacology book, and nursing reminder sheets, helped build a strong foundation. Everything was brief, concise, and high yield, making the concepts easier to understand and retain. The receta, that's the one that I give to personalize the review. Each reviewee will have a receta. One is different from the other. It depends on how your performance is. I'm also thankful that I attended the free NCLEX study group last December 8th. I told you, we always have a study group session every Monday, usually between 6 to 7 to 8 in the evening, lectured by Ma'am McLean. The topic she discussed actually came out in my exam. I was so grateful I attended that session. RUG-RS truly provides all the resources you need to pass. I honestly never expected my exam to stop at 85 because I doubted my capabilities, but the preparation and materials given to me made all the difference. As written on the reminder sheets, he who gives his best will pass his test, and I truly live by that. So thank you, and I'd like to express my deepest gratitude to Sir Ray for his dedication, passion, and unwavering commitment to teaching and helping nurses succeed. His vision, discipline, and genuine concern for every nurse's journey are truly inspiring. Thank you for the kind words, Binilda. Though through his guidance and leadership, countless nurses, including myself, were given not just knowledge, but confidence and direction. Sir Ray's heart for the nursing profession is something that will always be remembered and deeply appreciated. To all the mentors, IT team, and staff of RAGRS, thank you for being part of my journey. I hope you continue to help and inspire more nurses who dream of becoming USRNs. That is Miss Benilda May Tandok from the University of the Cordilleras. So, if you want to join our next gen NCLEX Quick Fix Study Group, okay, so here are the schedules. January 5, that has already been done by mentor Missy Bernardo. Okay. Then January 12, that's going to be conducted by Mentor Shans De Rosas. Namaste, Mentor Shans. And I will be doing the January 19 session, and my topic would be Tularensis. And of course, January 26 would be Mentor McLean. We'll be discussing cranial nerve assessment, just the trends, okay? So if you want to get free handouts related to our study group, please do scan the QR code now on our screen, okay? So this is how we usually proceed with our review program. We begin with the NCLEX 311 and of course the other books, and then quick fix course shells, quick fix TOP, and then quick fix simulation. So we begin with comprehensive review, boot camp. The boot camp is starting January 13 in Baguio City. It's a 10-day program that is high yield. And of course, quick fix mentoring. Okay, that brings you closer to your goal, which is to pass the next generation NCLEX. This is how the review system works. The inverse pyramid that will streamline what you need to know. Okay? So, Irita says, thank God, thank you so much to the review. Almost all the exam kasama sa review at quick fix session ni Sir Ray. Kaya kahit 32 years na akong walang aral, kasi 1990 pa ako graduate, I passed the exam. You see? The system works because we guide you. Okay? We don't just give lectures. Who the hell is also always giving lectures? Angelo says, best review with regard to NCLEX with their expertise, functional concept, and reference books. 311 in pharmacology will surely pass the exam. Best mentors and staff. Okay? And of course, I always love reading Sir Roy Jason Rojas' testimonial because this is what he says. Anybody can coach for the NCLEX, but it's his experience and expertise that makes all the difference. Thank you for the kind words. Si Sir Ray, paulit-ulit sa isip ko during the exam. The years of experience in the business really makes him a part above the rest. True. I'm the only one with more than 30 years experience doing NCLEX in 36 countries and counting. So he says, trust the Ray A. Gapos review system. God bless Sir Ray and your team. Thank you. Okay, ang sarap basahin. Anybody can coach for the NCLEX, but it's his experience. Nobody has that. And expertise. Nobody has prepared themselves by studying abroad to focus on innovations related to NCLEX. Okay? So, the next question is, how to prepare? Which part of the review should you focus on? Ellie says, okay, she had 7 case study, 3 ortho na case, 3 OB case, and 1 pedja case. That's a distribution. The ortho case and OB case, sir, na-discuss nyo during quick fix. Kaya naniniwala na po ako sa bowling crystal at reseta mo. So that's what I'm saying. Okay? The case studies that were asked in his test, okay, were discussed in the quick fix. That's why he's saying, naniniwala na ako sa bolang crystal mo at sa reseta. Now, I now believe in your crystal ball and your prescription. You see? You come to me, I'll give you my prescription. Okay? And then, of course, Leslie, sobrang nakahelp po talaga lalo na yung simulator. Sobrang parehas ng setup and mga questioning po. Ang dami pong lumabas sa diniscuss nyo during quick fix. Nag-quick fix po ako ng 3 days, then bumalik po uli ako sa Manila para mag-simulator. Para ma-build yung confidence ko bago ako mag-take na exam. Hindi na po ako nahirapan sa exam kasi parang mas mahirap pa yung simulator nyo kesa sa exam. Thank you po uli, sir. That's what I'm saying. Believe in the system. We're the only one with that simulation that's AI powered. Okay? And it took us 3 years to develop that. Okay? So this is what he's saying. It's as if the simulator gave him a prelude to the actual NCLEX test. Okay? And Leslie says, hi, sir. I just want to express my deepest gratitude for all your guidance, patience, and dedication while mentoring me for the NCLEX. You gave your best to help us understand every concept and believe in ourselves, even when I was full of doubts. Thank you for the efforts, encouragement, and the wisdom you shared. Okay? Yesterday lang, sir, and nag-email na po sa akin ng BON, and he is now a passer. Okay? Everybody, once again, type, I'm next. Go! Those who will type, I'm next, I'm next, I'm next, I'm next, I'm next, will be able to pass the test. Okay? Good morning, Sir Ray. This is Ellis. Ako po yung niresitahan nyo ng 3rd day quick fix ng October 3. I was the one whom you gave a prescription on October 3. I was scheduled to take the test last October 7. And now, at dawn, I just received the result and I passed. My computer stopped at 85 questions. So, sobrang happy ko po pagbuksan ang quick result. Wow! Sobrang thank you, Sir Ray. Gapos Baby po ako since 2009 and ngayon 2025 BSRA naman. Solid Gapos Baby po. The best po talaga. God bless and more power sa inyo, Sir Ray, at sa buong team ng RAG RS. Thank you so much for the kind words. Okay? So, moving on to the tips on procedures. Are you ready to engage? Colleagues, this time, our tips on procedures. Here we go. Tell me yes or no. Okay, you're ready. Okay, now, this is an example of an NGN exam. This is called, listen, this is called bow tie. So a bow tie. A bow tie will ask you 5 things. At the center of the bow, you will have condition most likely experiencing. When you see this phrase, it simply means a diagnosis. And then on your left-hand side, the 2 priority actions that you have to choose from, several options. And on your right-hand side, the 2 parameters that you need to monitor. Okay? Now, each item is scored separately. What does that mean? Even if you did not get the diagnosis, if your entries for the actions and the parameters are correct, then you will be given full credit. Okay? So here we go. Here's an example. Mr. Antonio, a 68-year-old retired teacher, was enjoying a quiet afternoon when he suddenly felt dizzy and lightheaded. He brushed it off as simple fatigue. Okay? But over the past few weeks, he had been experiencing frequent episodes of extreme tiredness and occasional shortness of breath. Even while doing simple tasks like walking to the kitchen, his family noticed that he would sometimes pause mid-conversation, appearing pale and disoriented. One morning, while getting out of bed, he suddenly collapsed. His wife rushed him to the emergency room, where doctors noted that his pulse was alarmingly slow and irregular. What is the most significant data here? The pulse that is alarmingly slow. That is a description of bradycardia. Okay, if that's the case, pay particular attention to the ECG strip. I know a lot of you don't know how to interpret your ECG. Go on to my YouTube channel. There's a 3-step ECG lecture there that will make things easy for you. Okay, so the QRS complexes have regular rhythm. The P waves are present and occur at a regular rate, but they have no consistent relationship with the QRS complexes. Take note. This is where the problem is. The P wave has no relationship with the QRS. Okay. In a normal ECG, you have to have P before the QRS. Look what happened to the ECG here. You have a P wave before the QRS and another P wave after. So it seems that the P wave is no longer consistent when it comes to its relationship with the QRS complexes. And if that's the case, this is what you call 3rd degree or complete heart block. Okay, 3rd degree or complete heart block. And since your patient has bradycardia, you need medications that will increase the heart rate. Okay, and transcutaneous pacing. Okay, so drugs that will potentially decrease the heart rate, like for example, digoxin, should not be given to this patient. Okay, so let's pay particular attention now to the bow tie item. Okay, so let's apply the functional concepts. The hallmark of complete heart block on ECG is the presence of atrioventricular dissociation, meaning the P waves are present and occur at regular rate, but they have no consistent relationship with the QRS complexes. Therefore, once your patient is confirmed to have complete heart block, the priority would be immediate transcutaneous pacing and IV dopamine or epinephrine. Take note, dopamine and epinephrine will increase the heart rate. Okay? And a 3rd drug, your atropine, can also be given, but never your digoxin. Okay? So therefore, Our diagnosis will be complete heart block, and our priorities would be transcutaneous pacing and epinephrine drip. Okay? Okay, so your epinephrine is a priority over your atropine. Okay, that should be epinephrine drip. Sorry for the misprint. Okay, and then what will be your parameter for your transcutaneous pacing? Definitely, you will have to check on the ECG. And for epinephrine drip, okay, your priority would be the heart rate. Okay, so that's the story of your complete heart block. The question is this the way you are studying your arrhythmias? Tell me, yes or no. Is this how, I want you to be honest, you are studying your arrhythmias? You see? Don't be pretentious. Wag mamaru. You only sit for the NGN if you know how to do things properly and with mastery. Okay? So here we go. So, which strategies would work? Our strategy, Ninya Pagwabo says, lahat po halos ng case studies ko sa latest quick fix, fresh na fresh po, isip ko ang discussion nyo. So, everything that came out in our case studies were from the quick fix session that we do every month. We have another African lady here. What helped me the most was the comprehensive review. Remember, we have a class. Our evening class would just be 2.5 hours. Okay, so if you are working, this is good from 6 to 8:30 p.m. Okay, please, if you are interested with the evening classes, it's Monday to Friday from 6 to 8:30 p.m. But it's gonna be taking you a little longer. It will take 3 to 4 months. Okay, okay. For delayed sessions, you can have our videos. Okay. Okay, and for me, all the 3 books, including the quick fix session, lahat po ng case studies na lumabas na discuss sa quick fix. That's what I'm trying to say. I'm doing it every month with me, okay? Since it's recorded during exam, feeling ko nakikita nila yung smile ko every time case study na yung tanong. 3 times po ako nag-compre while waiting for my eligibility. Right? You don't have to pay additional. You can sit in again and again at no cost if you want to master. How is that? Will I have the same materials? No. For the 2026 program of the Ray Gapos system, we have a month-specific set of discussion. Month-specific. Every month, bago. And take note, every month, tests are new. Okay? So, even if you would repeat it, you will have new things with you. So, proud to be part of Gapos Babies. Iba talagang power ng Gapos family. Thank you. Okay? Quick fix and syndromic approach, nag-iba talagang dating ng pagsagot ko sa mga questions. Of course, NCLEX 311, binasa ko a day before the exam. To God be the glory. And of course, we have somebody from Cebu. This is what it says. It gave me chills reading some questions in my exam which we exactly discussed during the review. Amazing, sir. See? He had an experience of having the same topics that we discussed in his test. So, let's have our next test ready for another 15 minutes of test taking. We have SQF 281. Kindly upload our IT SQF 281. So, download and take the test. Okay? Download and take the test. That's SQF 281. Okay. The timer You have lost 3 minutes. Once you're done, kindly type done in our chat box. Thank you. You have lost 2 minutes. Last 90 seconds. Last 1 minute. Last 30 seconds. Twenty seconds. And finally, time is up. Okay. So before we discuss, let me first ask you this. How is the test? Compared to the first one, is this more difficult? Is it easier? How do you compare the two tests? Let me see. Is it more difficult or is it easier? Let me know. Oh, okay. So it's manageable. Excellent. Same difficulty. Okay, great. Difficult. Now, for those who are enrolled in our system, but you are not in the Philippines and you may want to do our simulation, let me know. Okay, so message your student coordinator and we'll give you access so that even if you're not in the Philippines, you can still access it. Okay, so here we go. Let's begin our discussion. Can I ask our IT to please flash, okay, SQF 281. There you go. Now, take note, okay? The first question is about endoscopic retrograde cholangiopancreatography. That's ERCP. This would entail visualization of the common bile duct and the pancreatic duct. Okay? The common bile duct and the pancreatic duct. Okay. Now, since this is a visualization procedure, I have a question which is very important. Is this invasive or non-invasive? Let me know your answer. Is this invasive or non-invasive? Come on, because I'm going to highlight something that came out in the test. Excellent. So this is invasive. If it is invasive, if a procedure is invasive, listen to my question. Is there a potential that bleeding may occur? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, this is how it was asked in the test. If the client has a platelet count of 35,000, are you going to continue with the procedure or report the data to the physician? Are you going to continue with the procedure or report the data? Excellent. Why? The normal platelet count is 150,000 to 450,000. So if the platelet is below 50,000, the client is at risk for bleeding. That's how it should go. Now, pay particular attention now to the question. Okay. Therefore, excellent. Okay. What do we need to tell the patient so that we can prepare the patient properly? Okay. Is number 1 correct? You must remain NPO before the procedure. Yes. Is number 2 correct? You will receive sedation. Yes. But let me talk to you about sedation. Okay. Is sedation under local or general anesthesia? Please. Local or general anesthesia? Local or general anesthesia? Okay. Pay particular attention. Okay. So take note that if your patient is going to have ERCP, there's just going to be a tube that will be inserted in the patient's mouth. Okay. Now, since a tube will be inserted in the patient's mouth, pay particular attention, class. Okay. Usually, the client is kept, listen to this, NPO. And there will usually be soreness of the procedure. Okay? Soreness of the procedure. Soreness, rather, after the procedure, which means that after the patient has undergone, okay, the procedure, it's normal for them to complain about soreness, okay? And pay particular attention. Usually, the patient is just sedated, conscious sedation, okay? Or there's going to be local anesthesia but not general anesthesia. Okay, remember that. Okay, the test uses an endoscope through the mouth. Yes, that's correct. You may eat immediately after. No, the patient is kept NPO. There's going to be soreness and you have to check the gag reflex. And the gag reflex will return after 1 to 2 hours. What will you use to check the gag reflex? Are you going to use the tongue blade or are you going to use the other one that I have typed on that I have typed written on our chat box? Which will you use? Come on, check our chat box. Okay. What will you use to check the gag reflex? Make sure if you use the second option, it has to reach the pharynx. Otherwise, you can just use it as your toothpick. Because it will not reach the pharynx area. Seraka. Okay. Your gag reflex will be assessed after the procedure. Correct. Okay. So let's move on. Class, for those who are not comfortable with my green jokes, just type stop. Okay. But those who are fond of it, type more. Okay, let's move on. Share kayo, ha? Number 2, which instructions are appropriate before? Let me talk about polysomnography. Okay, listen, class. There's one case study that contains several questions on polysomnography alone. So polysomnography is known as your sleep test. Okay, take note of this. It's indicated for clients with obstructive sleep apnea. Listen now. Listen and listen well. Okay? Now, what are the things that are evaluated in a client for polysomnography? Listen to this because this came out. Select all that apply. Remember the code Bob Hell. Okay? So B, brain waves. So the client will have EEG. You have oxygen saturation. The client, therefore, will have a pulse oximeter. Okay. Then you have breathing. That's your Bob. And then H. Okay. Heart rate. And then eye movement. So instruct the client that they will have stickers near their eyes. And then limb movement. Limb movement, take note, they will have stickers on their legs. Okay, listen now. And I want you to listen very, very well. Listen, listen. Since the patient is going to have oxygen saturation measurement and the patient will have a pulse oximeter, please answer yes or no. Can you place the pulse oximeter, okay, listen, on the ears? Can you clip it on the ears? Yes. Can you place it on the forehead? Yes or no? On the forehead? Yes. Okay. Since it can be clipped usually on the fingers, do you need to check if the patient has edema? Yes. If the patient has scar? Yes. What about if the patient has dark nail polish? Will it affect the reading that came out in the test? Kala nyo, basta-basta lang. Will the dark nail polish affect the reading of the pulse oximeter? Tell me, yes or no? Come on, it's just a yes or no. Yes or no? Okay. So therefore, my next question is there a need to remove the nail polish? Is there a need to remove the nail polish? Yes or no? Gaga. Listen, class. The dark nail polish will affect the reading, but it is not medically significant. So it does not alter it to the point of giving a false positive or a false negative finding. That is the meaning of that, which means no need to remove the nail polish. Okay, question. Is this the way you're studying your procedures? Tell me, no. See? Because you are just focusing on what is theoretical. When you go to the NCLEX, it's all about real world practice. When a patient asks you, can I have my nail polish intact for the procedure? What will you answer now? Okay? It's very important to know how questions are being asked in the test. Okay? So therefore, remember that polysomnography, the test would involve the patient to spend the night at the sleep center evaluation facility. And the test will last 10 to 12 hours. So you have to tell them to bring their night clothes and avoid anything that could alter their sleep pattern. So number 1 is correct. Avoid caffeine and alcohol. Okay. Next, bring personal sleep items. This is correct. So it doesn't disrupt their sleeping pattern. 3, EEG, ECG, and oxygen monitoring. This is correct. Okay. 4, take sedatives as usual. No. Sedatives is a big no-no. The sedative is a big no-no. Shower and avoid lotions. Yes. Why should you instruct the client to avoid lotions? Because, you know, the stickers or the electrodes will not it's difficult to have it connected to the skin if your skin have lotions. So no lotions. And then inform the patient that in the sleep laboratory testing area, there will be a microphone and a recording of the entire procedure while the patient sleeps. So you have to obtain the patient's consent related to that. Okay? Am I making myself clear? Yes or no? Yes. Okay, next. Let's talk about PET scan. Okay. What's the difference between PET scan and CT scan and MRI? Do you know? Tell me. Come on, tell me now. Do you know the difference between PET scan versus CT scan versus MRI? You have to be honest. Yes or no? Yes or no? What's the difference? Okay. Nobody's answering. So I will not answer the question anymore because you're not telling me whether you know it or you What's the difference? You know or you don't know? Yes or no? No. Okay. So let me make this clear now. Listen, class. If the problem is, for example, the presence of growth, tumor, or structural abnormalities, meaning there is a problem in the organ, there's a tear, there's structural problem, then you use your PET scan. Okay, sorry, then you use your CT scan rather, or your MRI. If the problem is about perfusion, okay, oxygen flow, blood flow, okay, then you use your PET scan. That's the difference, okay? The two are for structure abnormalities. The PET scan is for perfusion or physiologic abnormalities. Now, pay particular attention to this. The patient here is for which teaching points are correct for PET scan preparation? Okay, first, avoid strenuous exercise before the test. Yes, you know why? Exercise alters the glucose uptake of tissue. So 1 is correct. Next, remain NPO for several hours. Yes, this will improve imaging. 3, radioactive tracer will be injected. Correct. Okay, remember it's a radioactive tracer. Next, the test uses iodine contrast. No, there is no iodine, okay, in this test. Okay, the radioactive tracer does not necessarily cause allergic reaction, so no need to assess for allergic reaction. And take note, it is no longer recommended that even if the client has allergic reaction, it is not a sole reason for canceling the procedure, which simply means some tests now, even if the contrast medium could be iodine-based, are still being done in the presence of allergy for as long as there is a standby mechanism to address the allergic reaction, just in case it occurs, okay? And then 5, okay? 4 is incorrect. 5, blood glucose may be checked. Yes. Why? Because hyperglycemia interferes with results. So the answers are 1, 2, 3, and 5. Okay, next, let's move on to CT scan. Okay, here's a tip for CT scan. Okay, remember this, colleagues. Okay, your CT scan can be done with or without contrast medium. Listen to this. Okay, there's a danger here. There's a danger. Why? Usually, the contrast medium reacts with medications. Okay, what came out in the test? You have a patient with diabetes who's taking metformin. Okay, what should the nurse tell the patient? Listen to this. Okay, metformin interacts with the contrast medium that leads to lactic acidosis. Your lactic acidosis can now cause kidney injury. Okay, so which means the client could go into acute renal failure. Therefore, instruct the client to stop taking metformin at least 48 hours before the contrast medium CT scan. Okay? To prevent acute kidney injury. So therefore, assess for iodine or shellfish allergy, yes. Okay. Remove metal objects, yes. Expect loud knocking sounds. No, the loud knocking sounds, these are expected in MRI, not CT scan. Okay. So 1 and 2 are correct. Increase fluids after the test, yes, to facilitate excretion of your contrast medium. Remain still during the imaging, yes, because movement may interfere with the accuracy of the imaging mechanism. Let's move on to number 5. Let's talk about liver biopsy. Once again, your patient for liver biopsy, you have to take a look at the bleeding time before the procedure, the clotting time, and the platelet counts. Why? If the platelet count is low, report to the physician. Okay, to the provider. Why? Well, the client could bleed. And then the position after would be right side lying. Okay. Now, therefore, the correct answers for number 5, the keyword here is before liver biopsy. 1, check coagulation studies. Yes, we just talked about that. 2, remain NPO before the procedure. Yes, to prevent aspiration. 3, lie on the right side after biopsy. Yes. 4, expect severe pain for days. There's no severe pain. Usually the pain is manageable. 5, monitor for bleeding afterwards. Yes. Therefore, it's important to note, okay, the BP and the heart rate. If the BP is going down and the heart rate is going up, suspect bleeding. Okay? So 5 is correct. Okay. Now, here's a very important tip. This tip is about the test for carpal tunnel syndrome. Take note, carpal tunnel syndrome. Carpal tunnel syndrome involves the compression of the median nerve. And take note, I had one student, okay, that's Nanay Pasita Reveal, okay, before Nanay Flor Villarier. She passed her test at age 61. Okay? Age 61. Because what is highly inspiring about Nanay Pasita's stories is that she had 4 major surgeries before her test. So she had ruptured aneurysm, so she had craniotomy, and then after that she developed adult onset hydrocephalus, so they have to insert a shunt. Okay, then after that she had thyroidectomy. Then the last surgery that she had was release of the compressed median nerve. The compressed median nerve gives rise to your carpal tunnel syndrome. That is manifested by tingling sensation. Okay. You know the reason why she had carpal tunnel syndrome? Take note, carpal tunnel syndrome is common among people with overused wrist. And you know why Nanay Pasita had carpal tunnel syndrome? Because at age 61, she's still single. So, the wrist are overused. All the single ladies, all the single ladies, all the single ladies, put your hands up. Ganan. Naku, ang mga bata hindi makarelate. Sera kayo. Okay? Kasi, pag ginawa nyo yon, ha? Be careful. Dalawa lang komplikasyon yan. 1, maiwan ang graduation ring, or 2, maiwan ang relo. Be careful not to ensure your rings are tight enough, because otherwise, if they are loose, including your watch, they're gonna be left inside the cervix. Okay, listen class. Let's be a little more serious na ngayon, okay? So, here we go. let's talk about these two tests, and these two tests are your, listen, okay? First, you have your Tinel's test, okay? Pay particular attention now. Your Tinel's test is for the assessment of your median and ulnar nerve, okay? Now, the question is, how do you do your Tinel's test? Look at me. So you can use a percussion hammer to percuss or to tap lightly, okay? So tap lightly on the median nerve. Okay, and what is a positive result when there is a sensation of pins and needles or tingling sensation? Okay, that is your Tinel's test. The second test, this is also trending now, is your Fallen's test. Listen. Okay, in Fallen's test, you have to flex the wrist for 30 to 60 seconds. Okay, so flex the wrist. Okay, for 30 to 60 seconds. Okay, now there are other ways of doing this. This is the traditional way of doing it. You can also do, okay, the prayer position or reverse it. Okay, now what would usually happen? The same thing as that of your Tinel's test. Okay, there will be tingling sensation on the thumb as well as the 3 middle fingers. Okay, so if there's going to be tingling sensation, then those are positive indications of carpal tunnel syndrome. And take note, so if a patient has carpal tunnel syndrome, what is the immediate intervention? Bracing. And this is a tip. What is the position of the hands when it is braced? The hands will be placed in neutral position. Okay? Okay. So therefore, the answers for number 6, okay? The nurse taps over the nerve. Yes, that is correct. Okay. Tingling indicates positive test. Yes, that is correct. The test diagnoses carpal tunnel syndrome. Correct. The test requires fasting. No, fasting required. No sedation is needed. Yes, that is correct. Okay. Next, number 7. Which teaching is correct before arthroscopy? Now, when you say arthroscopy, that's visualization of the knee joints. Okay. So, do we have small incisions? Yes. So, it's minimally invasive. 1 is correct. Okay. Next, regional or general anesthesia may be used. Yes, it's a choice of the physician. Okay. If the pain threshold of the patient is very low, they may opt to do it under general anesthesia. NPO status is required. Yes. If anesthesia is used, the client is placed on NPO. Then expect large incisions. No, small incisions. The joint will be immobilized afterwards. Yes, to reduce swelling, and ice pack is usually used. Okay, let's move on to number 8. Take note of this. Listen very well. Late deceleration. Okay, listen. What came out in the test is the definition of late deceleration. Okay, take note. When you say late deceleration, what does that mean? Gradual slowing of the fetal heart rate. Okay? And usually, this occurs in what pattern? Okay? Take note. After the peak of contraction. Okay? So, it occurs after the peak of contraction. That's why it's called late deceleration. The slowing occurs late in the contraction after its peak. And then it returns to baseline. Take note of this. It returns to baseline, okay, after the end of the contraction. Okay, once again, there's a slowing of the fetal heart rate that happens after the peak of the contraction, and then the fetal heart rate returns to baseline at the end of the contraction. What is this indicative of? It indicates utero-placental insufficiency, which means this can occur in clients with abruptio placenta. Therefore, Is it a medical emergency? Yes, because it's a sign of fetal distress. Okay. Now, on the monitor, the image that you will see will be your reverse mirror image. Okay. Reverse mirror image. And therefore, what is your priority? Two priorities. One, put the patient on the left lateral recumbent position, then administer oxygen at 10 to 20 liters per minute. And continue to monitor the patient because at any point in time, okay, the fetus could go into distress. Okay, so the answers are, one is correct. They occur after the peak of contraction. Okay. Number two, they indicate uteroplacental insufficiency. That is correct. Okay. And then number three, okay, improves uterine blood flow. Repositioning to the left side is helpful. Yes, this improves uterine blood flow. Correct. For the reassuring findings, no. Your late deceleration indicates fetal distress. Non-reassuring. Oxygen may be administered. Yes. So the answers are 1, 2, 3, and 5. Okay. Next, number 8. Okay. Which explanations are appropriate when teaching about late decelerations? We are done with this. Next, number 9. Let's move on. Okay. Which instructions are correct before an ECG? Now take note. If you have female patients before ECG, listen, it's very important to ask if they have breast implant. This came out because the presence of a breast implant alters your ST segment. And eventually you might suspect that the client could be having MI or coronary artery syndrome, okay, that is not directly linked to the findings. So ST changes in females could be associated with the presence of breast implants, which alters, okay, the imaging that is associated with ECG. So ST segment elevation, when it occurs without chest pain, check if the patient has a breast implant. Okay, so for ECG, 1 is correct. No fasting is required. 2, remove chest lotions. Yes, because it's very difficult to attach your electrodes when you have lotions on the chest. The test records heart electrical activity. Yes, that's correct. Mild electrical shocks will be felt. No, there are no mild shocks. And 5, the test is painless. Yes. And the result, okay, of the test could be affected by room temperature, especially if the room temperature, this came out, is too cold. Okay, what results? What we call somatic tremors. So all you have to do is to provide warmth, and that is done by instructing giving the client additional blanket. Okay, number 10. Which teaching points are correct before an ABG? Now, what test is usually done before an ABG? That's your Allen test. Okay, so that test would try to identify if there's adequate circulation on the area, okay, where you are supposed to be getting your specimen. Now, how is your Allen test done? Remember the code F-core. Okay, so instruct the client, okay, to position the palm this way, and then F, make a fist with one hand, fist, okay. After making fist, okay, just to show you, but it's supposed to be positioned this way. And then C is compress the radial and the ulnar arteries, okay. And then instruct the client to open and then release, okay. Upon releasing first the radial artery, then within 5 to 10 seconds, the pinkish color returns. And that means you have adequate circulation here, so you can obtain your ABG specimen on that specific arm. Okay, so therefore, what are the correct answers? 1, the test may be uncomfortable. Okay, yes, arterial puncture is a little painful. Okay, Allen test will be performed, yes, to assess if there's adequate collateral circulation. Firm pressure will be applied afterwards, yes, to prevent hematoma. Okay, fasting is required. No fasting is required. That's not included. Anticoagulant use should be reported. Yes, because anticoagulant use can potentially lead to bleeding. Okay, next, number 11. Which instruction are correct for a 24-hour urine test? Now, take note. This came out. Your 24-hour urine test is indicated for, take note of this, okay, creatinine clearance test. Okay, and you have to put the urine on ice or refrigerated. Pay particular attention. And then, okay, always remember proper collection protocol. Discard the first voided urine and then include the last voided urine. So 1 is correct. Discard the first voiding. 2, collect all 24-hour urine within the 24-hour period. Yes. Refrigerate the specimen. Yes. Missed urine invalidates the test. Okay. Yes. And then increase protein intake. No. Increasing protein intake will alter the results, especially protein coming from meat may potentially increase the creatinine levels. Okay? Okay. Next, number 12, serum creatinine. Which explanations are correct when preparing for a creatinine test? The test evaluates kidney function? Yes. Dehydration may affect results? Yes. Large amount of meat may increase levels? Correct. So don't worry so much if you just have your creatinine test and then the creatinine level is increased. It could be because of your diet. Fasting is always required? No. Certain medications may affect results? Yes. What medications may potentially affect results? First, you have your aminoglycosides, which are nephrotoxics. Remember the antibiotics that ends in "-sine", neomycin, streptomycin, okay? Those are aminoglycosides, which are nephrotoxic. Then your vancomycin. Remember, your vancomycin can also cause the vancomycin flushing syndrome or Redman syndrome that could be due to rapid infusion of vancomycin. So the intervention initially is just to slow down the infusion. And then, of course, you have your cisplatin, which is a chemotherapeutic agent. So you never combine neomycin with cisplatin. Both are nephrotoxic. This drug will certainly increase your creatinine levels. Okay? Next, let's move on. Now, let me give you some tips. Bone scan came out in the test. Listen. Whether your patient is having a bone scan or perfusion lung scan, take note. This makes use of technetium-99, which means this is the contrast medium that is administered to the patient, and there's no need to assess for allergy. Okay? So, this element does not cause an allergic reaction. So, for bone scan, number 1 is correct. A radioactive tracer is injected. Okay. Number 2, drink fluids after the scan. Yes, to facilitate excretion of the dye. 3, empty the bladder frequently. Yes. Okay. And the patient would also need to remove metal objects from the body. Then the test uses iodated contrast. No. They make use of technetium-99. Okay. And radiation exposure is minimal. Correct. Okay. Reassure the patient that radiation is minimal. Number 14, okay, your perfusion lung scan also makes use of technetium-99, and this is the diagnostic test for pulmonary embolism. Take note, pulmonary embolism, okay? Listen, for your perfusion lung scan, no need to turn the patient, no need for NPO. Okay? In other words, the patient can eat, okay? And then remove metal objects. Remember, this is a scan. Okay? And explain to the patient that the radioactive tracer will be given per IV. Okay? So the patient will have an intravenous infusion. Then after, instruct the client to increase fluid intake to help facilitate excretion of the radioactive tracer. So therefore, for number 14, radioactive material is injected. Yes, IV. Used to detect pulmonary embolism, that is correct. Client must remain still, yes, that is correct. Request for general anesthesia, no, that is not needed. Minimal radiation exposure, yes, you need to tell the patient about that. And then, here's the trending now. Question number 15. Okay. Now, what's the difference between stress test versus pharmacologic stress test? Okay, listen up. Stress test, listen, is indicated for the patients who have the ability, okay, to stand, walk, and run. Stress test is usually done. Okay, why? The client will be asked to initially stand on a treadmill and then initially walk and then run. Okay, that usually would last for 10 to 15 minutes within a 30-minute period. However, if the patient is unable to stand, walk, and run, then they will do a pharmacologic stress test. Okay, so in pharmacologic stress test, drugs are used. So these drugs are the ones that will induce stress on the heart. And remember, okay, RAD, R-A-D, that's the code. The first one is your regadenosone. Okay, regadenosone. The second one is adenosine. Now, both of these drugs, regadenosone and adenosine, causes dilation of coronary arteries. Don't forget. Okay. And then the third drug, that's your dobutamine, is the one that challenges the heart because it increases heart rate. So these drugs are expected to be given to the patient. So how do we prepare? We keep the patient NPO. Yes. No caffeine because caffeine may interfere with the functioning of the heart. And then hold your beta blockers. Okay? Because beta blockers can potentially affect the procedure, knowing that your beta blockers will also worsen the dilatation of the arteries, leading to decreased blood pressure. Okay? So the correct answers therefore are 1, avoid caffeine before the test. That's correct. 2, medication may stimulate exercise. Yes, remember your RAD, regadenosine, adenosine, and dobutamine. And then ECG and vital signs are monitored. Yes, that is correct. Okay. 4, eat a heavy meal beforehand. No, the patient's kept NPO. And then report chest pain immediately. Yes, that needs to be reported. So 1, 2, 3, and 5. Okay. Now, class, kindly type your score out of 15. I'd like to see, come on, your score out of 15. Go. Let me see. So 14 out of 15, excellent, good score. 12 out of 15, 9 out of 15, 10 out of 11 out of, excellent scores. Wow. Wow. I'm impressed. Okay. So I think we are ready to move on and move forward. Okay. Class, let me just ask you, are you learning from this session? This is how we conduct the group study every Monday through our YouTube channel. Yes. So you can ask your friends, especially those with limited budget, if they would want to study with us, please feel free to join. Okay? So here we go. Okay. So are you ready now for the tips on diseases? Tell me if you are ready. Okay, because I'm dying to share tips. Okay. Yes, sir. Very helpful. Thank you, Anjanette. Okay. Okay. Thank you, Miss Aliza, and the rest of our participants. Now you are having a bird's eye view of how to take the NCLEX, and I hope that what we're doing will at least make you a little more confident to sit for the test. Okay? Here we go. So we have a testimonial from a board top notcher who happens to be an 85er. With 85 questions, my dream of becoming a USRN came true. First of all, I want to thank my family and those people around me who supported me all the way. I felt the pressure because there were so many what ifs running around my mind. For me, I need to pass because I hold the reputation of being one of the top notchers last November 2020 for PNLE, and I would feel bad if I performed poorly on my next exam. Thankfully, passing the NCLEX was made easy by survey system. I can't thank RAGRS enough. The lectures were comprehensive. They really broke things down in a way that made everything click. The mentors, super helpful. They weren't just teaching us content. They were guiding us, cheering us on, and making sure we didn't just memorize. We understood. The 10-day face-to-face bootcamp was intense. Hello, brain overload. But honestly, it made all the difference. Every day felt productive and focused. And the vibe was so motivating. Plus, the practice questions were so useful, super close to the real thing. Let me read that again. The practice questions were so useful, super close to the real thing. It helped me build the confidence I needed. And get this, an earthquake happened while I was taking the actual NCLEX. Total chaos, but I stayed calm and kept going. I knew I had this, and I knew God was with me. Forever grateful to this review center for helping me turn a nerve-wracking experience into a success story. Wouldn't have made it without them. That's Paul Christer O. Corpus from St. Louis University, Baguio. Everybody who wants to be like him, type, I'm next. Come on! Type, I'm next. I'm next, I'm next, I'm next, I'm next, I'm next, I'm next, I'm next. Go. Okay. So here's an example now of a functional concept for diseases. Okay. So for example, what if the question is about atrial fibrillation? Listen, class. What's the main problem in atrial fibrillation? Listen. Okay. Let me just discuss. Atrial fibrillation, or AFib, let's shorten it, is common in the elderly with hypertension, and they are taking maintenance meds. Okay? Usually in atrial fibrillation, the heart rate could be from, the atrial rate rather, could be from 400 atrial rate, 400 to 600 beats per minute. So what happens? Instead of the atria contracting like this, then it just quivers. So the atria will just quiver. And where is the problem here? Listen. In the left atria, considering if this is the left atria of the heart, there is now a cave on the side. It's called the left atrial appendage. In the left atrial appendage, it doesn't contract that much because it's just quivering. Therefore, clots form, and this could potentially lead to stroke. What type of stroke? Embolic stroke. When we say embolic stroke, the clots form in the heart, and then it travels to the brain. From the heart, it travels to the brain, leading now to your stroke. Okay? So, what's a functional concept? Atrial fibrillation increases the risk for clot formation, causing embolic or thrombotic stroke. MRI is needed for diagnosis, and anticoagulant is given for treatment. Now, what are anticoagulants usually given? You begin with aspirin, then warfarin, then, take note, heparin, or enoxaparin, or dabigatran, or this is the one that came out in the test, rivaroxaban. Okay. All of these would require monitoring the PT or the PTT. Okay. Now, what is the need for the anticoagulant for? It helps prevent clot formation, preventing stroke. Knowing that in mind, let's apply the functional concept. Are you ready? Yes or no? Tell me. Are you ready? Yes or no? Yes, okay. So, as we read the questions, I want you to provide the answers by typing it on our chat box. Here we go. Okay. So question number 1, a 72-year-old client, so we have an elderly, diagnosed with atrial fibrillation, is admitted to the ward. The nurse notes an irregular rhythm. That's the hallmark ECG pattern. Irregular rhythm. Why? The patient would usually have indiscernible P wave and irregular QRS. Okay? Based on the functional concept that atrial fibrillation increases the client's risk for stroke, which of the following should the nurse anticipate as a priority order from the physician? Give me an answer. Go. Look. Correct. Okay. The correct answer is administer warfarin as prescribed. This is just a multiple choice question. How come somebody gave a 3 numerical answers? Ano yan? Select all that apply, madam? So, the correct answer is 2. Administer warfarin as prescribed to prevent clot formation. Okay, next. The nurse is teaching a client newly diagnosed with atrial fibrillation. Which statement by the client indicates correct understanding of the relationship between atrial fibrillation and stroke? Give me an answer. Go. See? Excellent. Atrial fibrillation can cause blood to pool and form clots that may travel to my brain, leading to embolic stroke. Okay, excellent. Okay. Next, number 3. A client with chronic atrial fibrillation suddenly reports weakness of the right arm and difficulty speaking. Which action should the nurse take first? Come on, go. What could have developed? So you begin with excellent. Perform rapid stroke assessment. Remember, look at the face and then ask the client to raise both arms. If the other arm drops, then that could be a positive indication of stroke, and then slurring of speech, and then the timing is very crucial. So the correct answer is number 3. See, you were able to answer 3 questions with confidence, and you answered it correctly using a single functional concept. Class, tell me, are you learning using the functional concepts method? Yes or no? Yes, this is the only pedagogy for Gen C and Gen Alpha learners. The functional concepts method. No other pedagogy, even lectures will not work. It's not gonna work. Kasi ang haba-haba, tapos wala ka naman natutunan. After you have written everything, then you forget all of it. Tama? Yes, the old like me. Okay? So if I ask you now, which do you prefer? Lectures or functional concepts? Tell me. Lectures or functional concepts? Functional concepts. Okay, so since you said you like to use functional concepts, let's have our next test. So SQF 283. Okay, to our IT, SQF 283, go. Okay, so download and answer. This is gonna be our last test. Okay. You are given 15 minutes. Can we have the timer now? Great. Okay. Last 2 minutes. Last 10 seconds. Okay, so time's up. Now let me ask you this question. How is the test compared to the first two? Is it easier? Is it more difficult? Give me an honest response. I'd like to hear an honest response from everyone. How is the test? Hirap. Quite confusing, more difficult, slightly challenging. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Now, I'd like to ask you if your test would have these concepts integrated into it. Will you be able to answer it correctly and with confidence? Tell me, yes or no? Will you be able to answer it correctly? Tell me, yes or no? That's what I'm trying to point out. That's what I'm trying to point out. See? It's not easy to pass if you don't have a good preparation that will remind you which topics you need to study. It's just okay for a month. Next month's going to be different again. Okay? So you have to make sure you know what to study. Tama ka, sir. It's not enough that you studied your books. You have to learn from those who passed the test. That's what we're doing in our community. If you are not a member of our community, be a member. Okay, subscribe to our YouTube channel. Subscribe to our group study. Okay, and your mentor should not just be giving you lectures because all information are available now on the internet. Why should you listen to someone who will just be repeating questions or concepts from the internet? The preparation should be very much aligned with what the NCLEX wants you to master. Okay? Okay. Share po please which community to subscribe. Okay. So, before we answer the questions, pay particular attention now. Let me share with you our promo. If you want to get a free review from us, process your NCLEX RN application with ITAPS GAPUS, then you get a promo for a free review. Okay? So all you have to do is to call ITAPS GAPUS 0955-658-5891. Okay? And these are all the successful nurses who process their test through ITAPS GAPUS. Okay? So always remember the success formula. Success takes time. So never give up. Okay? Shall we now have, here we go, the answers. Okay. Do you see it on my screen? Yes or no? So we have a 32-year-old woman presents with sudden bilateral vision loss. Okay, here's the problem. You have vision loss. What is happening? Okay. Plus, you have muscle weakness. Okay. Okay. So can we have the test again? Our IT? We don't have it on the screen. Please share. Okay. So pay particular attention to this. So when you have vision loss, think about the optic nerve. That's how you should analyze. When you have muscle weakness, think about the spinal cord or the nervous system. Okay? Now, MRI shows longitudinal spinal cord lesions extending to 3 vertebral segments. Serum testing is positive for aquaporin 4. Now take note, your aquaporin 4 is the diagnostic marker for NMO. This is neuromyelitis optica. Okay? Okay. Laboratory findings reveal elevated inflammatory markers. CSF analysis show mild pleocytosis. Pleocytosis means increase in white blood cells. Okay? With oligoclonal bands. Your oligoclonal bands, these are usually found, okay, in clients with neuromyelitis optica. Now, my question is, okay, pay particular attention. When you have this oligoclonal bands, okay, which could be associated with the autoimmune nature of your neuromyelitis optica. Now, these are found in your cerebrospinal fluids, okay, and these are composed of proteins, okay. That's why they're called oligoclonal bands. Listen now. The provider suspects neuromyelitis optica rather than multiple sclerosis. Question, listen. Do you know neuromyelitis optica? Tell me, yes or no? Be honest, so that I know up to what extent should I discuss it. You see, you wanted to sit and pass NCLEX, next generation, and you do not know that neuromyelitis optica is being asked. Okay, so let's discuss. For neuromyelitis optica and multiple sclerosis, take note, in both conditions, okay, you have visual problem or vision problems plus weakness. Okay, why? Because in both conditions, the optic nerve and the spinal cord are affected in both conditions. What is the difference? In multiple sclerosis, the brain is affected. So you have demyelination of nerve fibers. So which means, what symptom differentiates multiple sclerosis? You will have loss of some brain functions, like your executive functions and memory. Okay, so therefore, listen now. Another difference. Your multiple sclerosis occurs at age 20 to 50. Okay? Your neuromyelitis optica can occur before 20 and after 50. So the age range of occurrence could be wider. However, both conditions are autoimmune with the added risk for multiple sclerosis that it is associated with deficiency in vitamin D. Okay, so when you have autoimmune plus deficiency in vitamin D, think about your multiple sclerosis. Okay, so for NMO and multiple sclerosis, usually what's the treatment? High dose steroids. Okay, now let's answer what you have here. Which interventions are appropriate? Select all that apply. Administer high-dose steroids. Yes, that's correct. Okay. Then prepare for plasmapheresis. Yes, that's correct. 3. Initiate interferon beta therapy. No. Your interferon beta therapy is indicated for multiple sclerosis, and treatment for multiple sclerosis can worsen the symptoms of neuromyelitis optica. So no for number 3. 4. Monitor visual and motor function. Yes. And 5. Educate that this condition is autoimmune. Correct. So the answers are 1, 2, 4, and 5. Honestly, who got case number 1 correctly? Type yes. Who got case number 1 correctly? Type yes. Excellent. Now, I'd like you to be honest. You got it correctly because you knew it, or you got it correctly because you guessed it? Tell me. You knew it or you guessed it? Okay. That's very good. That's very good of you. When you're able to guess based on your gut feel, excellent. But it would be better if you really knew it. Okay? Next, let's talk about spinal cord injury, thoracic level. So remember, for spinal cord injury, the higher the injury, the more problem it creates. And usually you have 3 B's that you need to remember. Okay, what are these 3 B's? Okay, pay particular attention. Breathing, bowel function, and bladder function. Okay, now take note. What we have here, okay, a 40-year-old male with T4 spinal cord injury reports pounding headache and facial flushing. Pay particular attention to that. Look at the blood pressure, okay? Look at the blood pressure, okay? Pay particular attention to this. When there is very high BP with widened pulse pressure, take note of this functional concept, plus the keyword pounding headache, what do you suspect? Okay, suspect autonomic dysreflexia. Okay, now let me talk about autonomic dysreflexia. Okay, your autonomic dysreflexia is an emergency. Okay, why? Because it is life-threatening. Okay, life-threatening. And usually, this occurs 1 to 2 years after a traumatic injury. So it doesn't occur immediately after the traumatic injury. It occurs 1 to 2 years after. Okay. Now, question. This is usually common when there's an injury at T6 and above. And what triggers it? Okay. The common triggers include the following. Pay particular attention. What triggers it? Okay. 1, okay, the most common, full bladder or a full bowel. Okay. Or BOBO. Bladder obstruction, bowel obstruction. Bladder obstruction, bowel obstruction. This gives rise now to what we term as sympathetic overreaction. When you have sympathetic overreaction, what happens? The patient will have high blood pressure, and then usually there is flushing of the skin above the level of the injury. And of course, you have cool skin below the level of the injury. Okay, the question now is, so what is our priority? The priority is definitely to address the blood pressure, so prevent further increase. Therefore, you begin with an independent intervention, position the patient high forward. Okay, and then anticipate the administration of nifedipine, antihypertensive. Okay, nifedipine, and of course, your nitroglycerin. Okay. And in order to remove the trigger, you have to catheterize the patient and administer laxative as ordered. Remember, bowel obstruction and bladder obstruction are triggers of your autonomic dysreflexia. Question now, how is autonomic dysreflexia different from spinal shock? Okay. Pay particular attention. Spinal shock compared to autonomic dysreflexia is an acute reaction. Okay? So this occurs immediately after the injury. Okay? And usually, since you have a shock in spinal shock, remember what defines shock? It's the blood pressure. So in spinal shock, you have low BP. In autonomic dysreflexia, you have super high BP. And then in spinal shock, you have flaccidity of the muscles or flaccid paralysis or flaccid paralysis. Okay, that's the difference. So immediately after a spinal cord injury, the client could go into spinal shock. And then 1 to 2 years after, triggered by a full bladder or full bowel, they could have sympathetic overreaction leading to autonomic dysreflexia. So spinal shock, and then complication could be autonomic dysreflexia. Let me ask you now, is this the way how you understood these cases? Tell me, yes or no. Is this the way? No. Because when you are presented with a case, the case is usually followed by 6 questions. So it becomes progressive. So from spinal cord injury to spinal shock to autonomic dysreflexia. That's how you should study it, colleagues. Okay? So please join our free group study every Monday so you'll get through the process of developing this kind of thinking process. Okay? So what are the interventions? Sit the client upright, correct. Okay, check the bladder patency, correct. Administer antihypertensive as prescribed, correct. Place the client supine, no. Remember this, when you already have 2 options related to positioning, only one is supposed to be the correct thing. But just like when choosing your boyfriend or jowa, you always end up choosing the wrong thing when you're left with just 2 almost plausibly correct answers. Okay, then remove the tight clothing, yes, okay. So it's 1, 2, 3, and 5. Okay, let's move on to number 3. Obstructive sleep apnea. A 52-year-old obese client reports loud snoring and daytime sleepiness. Here are the tips. Okay, if you talk about obstructive sleep apnea, listen class. Okay, what are the risk factors? Remember the code MOST. So male, obese, smoking, and thick neck. Okay, when you say thick neck, more than 17 inches for males and more than, okay, 16 inches, let me type that, for females. Okay, now, listen. What is a common sign? Snoring. Okay, snoring indicates airway obstruction. Okay, and what is usually the common problem? Daytime sleeping. Okay, what was asked in the test is what medication will help manage daytime sleeping? Modafinil. So modafinil or armodafinil helps alleviate daytime sleeping. And you have here polysomnography reveals repeated apneic episodes with oxygen desaturation to 82%. Okay, the client is having mild respiratory acidosis. So the interventions, you need your, okay, continuous positive airway therapy. Yes. CPAP, that's okay. That's correct. 2, encourage weight loss. Yes. Okay, your CPAP is the first line of treatment. 3, avoid sedatives at bedtime. Yes, that's correct. 4, place the client in supine position during sleep. No, this can worsen obstruction. The best for them is to be semi-fowler during sleeping, okay, or side lying. Monitor oxygen saturation. Yes. Okay. Okay, so let's move on now to case number 4. Once again, let me ask you, are you familiar with hepatorenal syndrome? Be honest. Hepatorenal syndrome. I'd like an honest response. Oh, say. That's what I'm trying to point out. You wanted to do your NG and NCLEX and you do not know what topics to study because you keep listening to false prophets on the internet who are doing more harm than good. Could you please attend a legitimate NCLEX mentor if you want to pass the test? Not the run-of-the-mill people who are just pretending. Okay, let's do this now. Okay, so what's the problem in hepatorenal syndrome? Okay, as the term implies, hepatorenal. So which 2 organs are affected? The kidneys and the liver. So what happens here? Remember, in hepatorenal syndrome, there is acute kidney injury that is related to liver disease. Okay. So as the term implies, you have acute kidney injury. So what will you have? You have increased creatinine and BUN. Okay. And then the patient will also have oliguria because you have acute kidney injury. Plus, you know that the liver is affected, so you have jaundice or yellowing of the skin. Once you see this group of symptoms, think about hepatorenal syndrome. Now, what is the immediate treatment? You begin with managing the fluid imbalance. So how do you do that? Administer the albumin, which helps maintain colloid osmotic pressure, relieving edema or ascites. And then terlipressin is given. Okay? Your terlipressin causes vasoconstriction, okay, in the kidneys, helping now the kidney to function properly during the course of the illness. Therefore, what are the interventions that are appropriate? 1, monitor renal function closely. This is correct. 2, administer albumin. That is correct. 3, avoid nephrotoxic drugs. Yes, like aminoglycosides, cisplatin, vancomycin. Yes. Increase diuretics aggressively. No. If you increase diuretics, that will worsen the kidney functioning. Okay? Because what we're trying to do here is to actually enable the kidneys to function properly by causing vasoconstriction in the renal vasculature. So if you're going to increase diuretics, you are stimulating the kidneys beyond their capacity because the kidneys are ill. So 4 is not. 5, okay? Prepare for liver transplant. Yes, that's the only definitive treatment for liver transplant. Okay, next. 28-year-old client presents with jaundice, confusion, elevated AST and ALT, more than 3,000. Wow. ALT is just 7 to 55 units. Here you have more than 3,000. International normalized ratio is prolonged. That means the patient is at risk for bleeding. Ammonia levels are elevated. The client rapidly deteriorates neurologically. Now, when you have excessive ammonia, think about the liver being unable to promote its excretion. And since you have elevated ALT, once again, think about the liver. So what do we have here? Okay, we have what we call fulminant liver failure. Okay, when you say fulminant, What does that mean? It means acute, rapidly occurring. And this is usually associated with what? Acetaminophen toxicity. You know for a fact that acetaminophen, this drug is hepatotoxic. And usually, this occurs in those with no previous liver failure. Okay? History. They don't have any history of liver failure, and yet they're manifesting signs and symptoms of liver failure like confusion, coma, and increased international normalized ratio, which means the patient is at risk for bleeding. Now take note. The priority here is to monitor the client's level of consciousness. Why is that so? Because the client's level of consciousness will be the basis on whether the patient will be intubated or not. Okay. And what is usually the drug of choice? The antidote for acetaminophen toxicity. And that is your, take note, acetylcysteine. Okay. Be very, very familiar with the antidotes. Okay. So let's discuss this. Number 5, which interventions are considered a priority? Monitor hepatic encephalopathy. Yes, the patient with hepatic encephalopathy will usually manifest with flapping tremors or asterixis. Then administer lactulose. Yes, take note what came out in the test, the side effect of lactulose, which is diarrhea. Okay, and then maintain airway protection. Yes, that is correct. Then 4, encourage high protein. No, the high protein meals will worsen the symptoms. Remember, you have hepatic failure. So it should be adequate protein, not high protein. And then prepare for liver transplant evaluation. Yes, correct. Okay. Next, number 6. A child presents with chronic diarrhea, weight loss, and iron deficiency anemia. Okay. And then you have here positive anti-TTG. Okay. What is TTG? Tissue transglutaminase antibodies. Okay. Your tissue transglutaminase antibody, these are specific for clients with celiac disease. Okay. Now, listen. What's the problem in celiac disease? This is an autoimmune disease in which the client will have intolerance to gluten. Okay? There. Intolerance to gluten is celiac disease. Whereas the old maid would usually have this problem. Okay? Read what I have written on our chat box. So, celiac disease is intolerance to gluten. The old maid will have okay. Listen, class. Listen carefully, okay? When this one came out, listen na, come on. Okay, listen. So in a client with celiac disease, come on, let's talk about this, especially those who are about to take the test. This is very important. It's trending now. So in clients with celiac disease, remember the ABC symptoms. So the symptoms are ABCs. Okay. A, anemia. Okay, the client will have anemia that's usually unexplained. B, bloating. They feel so full even with very minimal intake. And then chronic diarrhea. Okay, and take note. This is what is similar between a client with celiac disease and cystic fibrosis. The patient will have steatorrhea. Steatorrhea is foul-smelling, bulky, fatty stools. And these stools would usually float, okay, when they move their bowels. Okay, now, therefore, what is the treatment for the patient? You begin with your TTG IgA diagnostic testing. Okay. For TTG IgA diagnostic testing to be accurate, okay, the patient should be given, pay particular attention, high gluten diet. For how long? For 6 to 8 weeks before the diagnostic test. Because if the patient's not taking gluten, that's false negative. Okay? Now, and then the intervention will be lifetime gluten-free diet. So instruct the patient to avoid barley, rye, and wheat. Okay, what can be given? This came out in the test. You can give oats. There you go. So oats can be given to the client like oatmeal. So therefore, let's answer. Teach lifelong gluten-free diet? Yes. Monitor nutritional deficiencies? Yes. Encourage wheat-based products? No. Assess growth parameters? Yes. Educate family members? Yes, especially on the diet of the patient. Okay, here we go. Let's move on. A newborn has severe jaundice with bilirubin levels of more than 25. The infant is lethargic and there is a high-pitched cry. Listen. What is the problem? They suspect kernicterus. I'd like to ask you, do you know that you need to study kernicterus? Tell me. Do you know that you need to study kernicterus? Tell me. No, you see? Some people, do you know what kernicterus is? In simple terms, kernicterus is jaundice of the brain. That is kernicterus, which simply means that the patient could be suffering from a complication of RH or ABO incompatibility. In other words, the patient is having pathologic jaundice. Pathologic jaundice occurs within 24 hours after birth. And this is due to what? A bilirubin level above 10. Okay? So the client has a bilirubin level of more than 25. Okay? So what happens here? You have several stages. Okay? Listen now. The early stage of kernicterus begins with the baby being sleepy, so sleepiness. Aside from sleepiness, the baby will have poor sucking. The baby will not be feeding, and there is diminished reflexes, so hypotonia. That is the early stage. Now, after the early stage, you have intermediate stage. What happens? From stupor, let me just correct the spelling. Okay, from stupor, pay particular attention. From sleepiness, the patient will now have stupor. And from stupor, the patient will have hyperreflexia. There you go. So initially, the baby will have hyporeflexia, then to hyperreflexia, and then to high pitch cry. Okay? And then eventually, the child will have abnormal positioning like opistotonus. Okay? And then the advanced stage occurs in which the child will have coma and apnea. Okay, so what treatment should the nurse anticipate? 1, phototherapy. And 2, exchange transfusion. That's the way to deal with the patient's condition. So let's talk about the interventions. Initiate intensive phototherapy, that's correct. Prepare for exchange transfusion, that's correct. Monitor neurologic status, that's correct. Encourage breastfeeding. Cessation permanently, no. Breastfeeding is just temporarily interrupted, not permanent, temporary, okay? Educate parents on early jaundice signs, yes, okay. Next. A young adult reports frequent epistaxis and prolonged bleeding after dental extraction. Labs show prolonged bleeding time with normal platelet count. Von Willebrand's disease is diagnosed. Listen, are you familiar with von Willebrand's disease? Honestly, tell me, yes or no? Sige. NCLEX pa more. Okay. So, let's compare von Willebrand's disease versus hemophilia. Sera kayo. Ha? Again, NCLEX, that's what I call you. You take the test, you have to be ready. Ano ba? And these are trending now. Okay, so let's talk about this. So, von Willebrand's disease and hemophilia, take note. Both of these conditions are bleeding disorders. Okay. Both of these are also inherited. Okay. The difference, von Willebrand's is inherited autosomal dominant. What does that mean? It affects males and females. Hemophilia, okay, is X-linked recessive, okay, which means it affects males only. Okay, the difference, von Willebrand's disease, the common sign is bleeding after tooth extraction, excessive bleeding after tooth extraction. In hemophilia, the common sign is bleeding that is excessive after circumcision. And of course, this one came out, the hallmark sign of hemophilia would be hemarthrosis, which means you have bleeding in the joints. Okay? Bleeding in the joints. Okay. Now, let's talk about von Willebrand's disease. In von Willebrand's disease, the patient would usually have reduced von Willebrand's factor. Von Willebrand's factor acts like a cement that brings together the clot. So without your von Willebrand's factor, even if you have a clot, that clot can easily disintegrate. So therefore, in essence, in von Willebrand's disease, you have decreased factor 8 stability. Okay, so which means the clots can easily disintegrate. So leading to what? Bleeding, like easy bruising, epistaxis. Okay, now, what are the diagnostic test findings in this type of patients? Okay, so one, the patient would usually have decreased von Willebrand's factor. Okay, that's the one that you would know will define the disease. And then you have decreased factor 8, as we said earlier. And of course, you have your prolonged, okay, bleeding time. Okay. Now, in order to increase your von Willebrand's factor, which drug is usually given? Desmopressin, a drug that's also given in diabetes insipidus. Okay? So therefore, what are our interventions? Administer desmopressin, correct? Okay? That's usually administered intranasally. So assess for nasal mucosal lining irritation if the patient is taking this drug. Avoid aspirin and NSAIDs, that's correct. It will worsen bleeding. Monitor for mucosal bleeding, that's correct. Encourage contact sports, no. Avoid contact sports because of the bleeding. And number 5, educate on bleeding precautions. Yes, that is correct. Okay, let's move on to number 9. A client reports episodes of headache, palpitation, and sweating. Lab shows elevated plasma metanephrine. Take note, when you have increased plasma metanephrine, what are these? Your metanephrine is the byproduct. Okay, this is the byproduct of catecholamine metabolism. Now, when you speak of catecholamines, these are your epinephrine and norepinephrine. Okay. Now, excess epinephrine and norepinephrine could be associated with a tumor in the adrenal medulla. And the tumor in the adrenal medulla is termed pheochromocytoma. The initial sign, always remember, this is the priority, would be hypertension. And aside from hypertension, the patient would also have headache, hyperglycemia, hypermetabolism, and hypercalcemia. Okay, I've typewritten everything. So pay particular attention to the fact that if your patient has, take note, pheochromocytoma, you always anticipate the administration of antihypertensives. Okay, and prepare the patient for surgery. And here is a twist. If you are preparing the patient for surgery, always remember, the diet before surgery must be high sodium. Now, if you ask me, why does it have to be high sodium when the patient is having hypertension? Because after the tumor is removed, remember, without adequate sodium, the blood pressure falls. So, in order to prevent the falling of blood pressure after the tumor removal, you have to put the patient on a high sodium diet. Therefore, let's take a look at the interventions. Administer alpha blockers. Yes, that's correct. Monitor blood pressure. Yes, that's correct. Avoid beta blockers. Yes, because beta blockers alone, when they're not combined with other antihypertensives like alpha blockers, may worsen the crisis. Okay. Encourage stress reduction. Okay. That is correct. And then prepare for adrenalectomy. Correct. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are all correct. Okay. Okay. So let's move on. Okay. Next. A child presents with recurrent fractures, that's a keyword, blue sclera, and hearing loss. This is the triad, okay, of osteogenesis imperfecta. Okay, are you familiar with osteogenesis imperfecta or OI? I want you to be honest. Yes or no? No, you see? So what happens in osteogenesis imperfecta? This is a genetic disorder that could be inherited, and definitely take note. What is the main problem here? Brittle bones. So the patient would usually have constant fractures, plus, since this is genetic disorder, comes with sensory impairment like hearing loss, and of course, blue sclera, the characteristic. Now, take note. What is usually the treatment? The administration of biphosphonates. Okay? Your biphosphonates. Example would be your pamidronate. Because the more popular one is alendronate. So pamidronate is usually given to the patient. So if a patient has osteogenesis imperfecta, okay, what would be our interventions? Okay. Number 1, handle the child gently. Yes. Number 2, encourage weight-bearing exercise aggressively. No. Number 3, provide calcium and vitamin D. Correct. 2 is not. Hindi kasama ang 2. No, sabi ko nga, gaga. Okay. 1 is correct. 2 is not included. Okay. 3, provide calcium and vitamin D. Correct. 4, educate parents on fracture prevention. Correct. 5, assess for hearing loss. So the correct answers are 1, 3, 4, 5. Okay. So it's 1, 3, 4, 5. Ganyan. Let's move on. 11. An elderly client with renal failure presents with lethargy and hypotension. Labs show, take note, magnesium of 3.5 milli equivalent per liter. Okay. Now, what is the normal magnesium? It's 1.5 to 2.5. So what do we have here? The fact that it's higher than 2.5, hypermagnesemia. No, hypermagnesemia could be associated with excess magnesium that could be related to treatment, like the administration of magnesium sulfate. Therefore, what would be the symptoms? Initially, the patient will have hypotension. Remember, your magnesium, okay, can diminish, okay, the blood pressure of the patient. And then you have respiratory depression and bradycardia. Okay. So when this occurs, what would be the drug of choice? Calcium gluconate. Remember the antidote of magnesium sulfate toxicity? Calcium gluconate. So therefore, what are the answers? Discontinue magnesium sources, correct, because you have elevated magnesium already. And then administer IV calcium gluconate, correct. Then monitor cardiac rhythm, correct. Then encourage magnesium supplements, no. Prepare for dialysis if severe, yes, because, okay, because when this happens, the patient will have fatal hypotension. Okay, next, let's move on. A client with chronic kidney disease has a phosphate level of 6.5. Okay, now pay particular attention. The phosphorus of the patient is elevated. Now take note. Okay. Okay, listen now. When you have elevated phosphorus, listen to this. Here's the tip. What drug is usually prepared? Sevelamer. Okay? It promotes excretion of excess phosphates. Okay? And take note, this usually occurs in clients with chronic kidney disease. Okay, now, what are the signs and symptoms of elevated phosphorus? So it would not be difficult for you to remember the signs and symptoms of elevated phosphorus are the same as the signs and symptoms of hypocalcemia. So when you have elevated phosphorus, think about decreased calcium. So you have tingling, yes. Numbness, yes. Cramps, yes. Vostek sign, yes. Trousseau sign, yes. Okay, and eventually the client is at risk for seizures. Okay. And if the drug does not work, then prepare the client for dialysis. Okay, so number 12, administer phosphate binders, yes, to reduce absorption. Okay, calcium acetate is a phosphate binder. Restrict dietary phosphorus, yes. Monitor calcium levels, yes. Encourage daily intake, no. Which ones are high in phosphorus? Soda, your soft drinks. And then assess for tetany, yes. So 1, 2, 3, and 5. Those are the correct answers. Okay? 1, 2, 3, and 5. Okay, next. A client on QT prolonging medications developed dizziness. ECG shows polymorphic ventricular tachycardia with prolonged QT interval. Okay, listen now. So when you have polymorphic VT and prolonged QT, what do you have here? You have your ribbon-like waves. And your ribbon-like waves indicate torsade du point. Okay? Torsade is a French word meaning ribbons or torsade point. Your torsade point is due to a deficiency in magnesium, potassium, and calcium. Therefore, the treatment of choice would be to administer magnesium per IV. Okay? So, the interventions now includes the following. Okay, let's do this. 1, administer IV magnesium, correct. 2, correct electrolyte abnormalities, yes, specifically decreased potassium, decreased calcium. Discontinue offending medications, yes, to remove the cause. Perform synchronized cardioversion, yes, immediately if unstable, because this could progress to ventricular fibrillation, which is the most dangerous type of arrhythmia. Then administer digoxin, no. Digoxin can worsen your torsade point. Okay, next, number 14. A client presents with fever and rash on the wrists and ankles and recent tick exposure. Here we go. When you see tick bite, what comes to mind? Okay, listen. Rash-related illness. Okay. If it is bullseye rash, which means rounded rings of rash. Okay? Then this is what we call Lyme disease. But when the rash usually just affects, listen to this, the wrists and the ankles, then we call this Rocky Mountain spotted fever. Now listen, both Lyme's and Rocky Mountain spotted fever can be related to tick bites. The difference, Lyme disease is caused by deer ticks that carries Borrelia burgdorferi, and your Rocky Mountain spotted fever is caused by a bite from wood ticks that carries your Dermacentor andersoni and Dermacentor variabilis. Don't ever write those scientific names. It doesn't matter. These things are not coming out on the test. Okay? So what's the treatment for Rocky Mountain spotted fever? Doxycycline. That could potentially also stain the teeth, but it's more important to address the infection than to prevent the staining of the teeth. Okay? So, if you have Rocky Mountain fever, usually the palms, the wrist, as well as the soles, okay, or the ankles are affected with the rashes. Whereas in Lyme disease, usually the arms and the legs, the exposed body part, will have the rounded rings of rash. Okay? Next, last number, number 15. A 19-year-old female presents with BMI of 15, bradycardia, hypokalemia, amenorrhea. Okay. What's a normal BMI? Okay. That's 18.9 to 24.9. Okay. Okay. The fact that the patient has a BMI of 15, that means to say the client is losing weight. And when there is loss of weight and there is amenorrhea, then the client could be having anorexia nervosa. And this has genetic basis. So therefore, what would be our interventions? Okay. Monitor electrolytes closely. Yes, because the client can have hypokalemia due to vomiting. Initiate refeeding cautiously. Yes. Monitor cardiac rhythm. Yes, because of decreased potassium, the client will have palpitation. Encourage unrestricted exercise. No. You have to supervise their exercise because they have a tendency to overindulge in vigorous exercise that will worsen their weight loss. Provide structured meal supervision, yes. Otherwise, if you don't supervise them during mealtime, they will just rearrange the food on their plate. Okay? So, what is your score over 15? What is your score over 15? I'd like to know your scores over 15. Type it. Okay? Sorry. Scores, the answers for number 14 are the following. 14. 1, initiate doxycycline. Yes. 2, do not delay treatment. Yes. 3, monitor platelet count. Yes. 4, encourage aspirin use. No. Aspirin may worsen bleeding. 5, educate on tick prevention. Yes. Okay. Now, the answers are 1, 2, 3, and 5. How many did you get out of 15 items? How many did you get? Let me see your scores. Come on. Come on, flaunt your scores. Be proud. Okay. 8, not bad. 12, not bad. Okay, somebody got 3. You need a lot of time to work on your weaknesses, but that's okay. If this is just your first time joining this session, 10, 11, 10. Okay, not bad at all. But the passing score out of 15, if you want to pass NCLEX, will always be 11. Okay? So, a lot of people are asking, why are we doing free sessions? The patient in that picture during the height of the COVID pandemic is me. I spent 19 days in the hospital, no treatment yet, no vaccine yet. I was on a ventilator 50 liters per minute. My doctors are just waiting for either my kidneys or my liver to fail, and that's the end of it. In other words, I almost lost it, not once, but twice. But because nurses took care of me, I remember one nurse whispering to me as I am being wheeled out from the operating room where I have an IJ catheter inserted for my hemodialysis and hemoperfusion. He said, Sir Vincent, Sir Ray, laban lang. Marami ka pa pong matututunan tulad ko. Estudyante mo po ako dati. So a former student whispering to me to give it a fight opened my eyes to the reality of what my life mission is. And thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to live my mission today through you. And I hope you pass your test. And then eventually, slowly, for a good 19 days, I was able to recover through the help of my doctors. And from a congested room with a lot of machines and whatnot, call them apparatuses, eventually, one by one, these were removed until I only have an IV stand by my side. So this experience is like what's here, butterfly's lesson. One day, a small opening appeared on a cocoon. A man sat and watched for the butterfly for several hours as it struggled to force its body through that little hole. Then, it seems to stop making any progress. It appeared as if it had gotten as far as it could, and it could not go any further. The man decided to help the butterfly. He took a pair of scissors and opened the cocoon. The butterfly then emerged easily, but it had a withered body. It has tiny and shriveled wings. The man continued to watch because he expected at any moment the wings would open, enlarge, and expand to be able to support the butterfly's body and become firm. Neither happened. In fact, the butterfly spent the rest of its life crawling around with a withered body and shriveled wings. It never was able to fly. So what the man in his kindness and his goodwill did not understand was that the restricting cocoon and the struggle required for the butterfly to get through the tiny opening were God's way of forcing fluid from the body of the butterfly into its wings so that it would be ready for flight once it achieved its freedom from the cocoon. Sometimes, struggles are exactly what we need in our life. If God allowed us to go to our lives without any obstacles, it would cripple us. We would not be as strong as we could have been. Never been able to fly. So I asked for strength, and God gave me difficulties to make me strong. I asked for wisdom, and God gave me problems to solve. I asked for prosperity, and God gave me a brain and a brawn to work. I asked for courage, and God gave me obstacles to overcome instead. I asked for love, and God gave me you, troubled people, to help. I asked for favors, and God gave me opportunities instead. I received nothing that I wanted, but I received everything that I needed. So live life without fear, confront all obstacles, and evince that you can overcome them. Face the challenges with your head up high. Along the way, there will be obstacles, but fear not, for God will be with you all the way. This has been Ray Gapus, your mentor and coach for Next Generation NCLEX RN, saying thank you and a pleasant day to everyone, to our colleagues in Iloilo. I'll see you back live face-to-face. I'm trying to catch a flight this afternoon, so I'll be speaking at the convention in Iloilo tomorrow morning. So have a pleasant afternoon, everyone. Enjoy the rest of the day. And for those who are interested for the handouts that we'll be sending through email, kindly just click on the link that they have provided. Thank you very, very much. Salamat, Sir Lopez, Mr. Mark Lopez. Thank you, Cynthia. Thank you for coming over. Sunshine, okay, from NL to Saudi Council. Hopefully my NCLEX. Thank you so much. Spread the news. Join our group study every Sunday. Pleasant day, everyone. Thank you and take care. Ingat. Bye-bye. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Maraming salamat. Take care.